Okay, it's 8:30, we'll come to order. First order of business is adoption of the agenda.
I'm gonna move to approve the agenda as presented.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Everybody all right? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So unanimous. Next up is public comment. Do we have anybody here for public comment?
Budget season is coming soon. I am concerned that there was a bias toward allocation. It's quite a long thing.
Can you hear me now? My sound seems to have straightened out a bit.
Yes, we can hear you, Rebecca.
Okay, I'll be glad to read it. The budget season is coming soon. I am concerned that there is a bias towards allocating money towards already established departments and agencies. I would like to encourage deliberation on practices that have not been implanted in Hancock County yet, but have shown remarkable success in other counties such as Belfast. In particular, restorative justice would help connect our social services with our Justice Department and community safety agencies, such as sheriff deputies and town police departments, both saving money and creating better outcomes for citizens and deputies. Initiating the practice of including social workers on patrol with deputies would also increase safety for deputies and the public. Thank you for your time. I hope I will hear how the commissioners have thought about these suggestions in the future. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I don't have any.
We're all right to move on. Okay, next up, approval of minutes. We have the minutes of the August 15th special meeting before us.
I'm gonna move to approve the minutes of the August 15, 2023 Commissioner Special Meeting.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So unanimous. UT,
I'm gonna move to approve and file the UT report as presented.
Seconded.
moved and seconded. Miller, do
I don't have any.
you don't have nothing else to add, Michael?
Not that I'm aware of at this point.
Okay, so moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 So unanimous.
I'm
Airport,
gonna move to approve and file the airport report as presented.
Seconded.
moved and seconded. Leroy's with us. Anything to add, Leroy?
Nope, I think I got it.
We're all good? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Unanimous. Thank you, Leroy. We have the EMA monthly report.
I'm gonna move to approve and file the EMA report as presented.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. And I don't see Andy
No,
on.
he's not.
Oh, nothing to add. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you. Next up is the sheriff. The first item is possible reconsideration of the process the county approved at the last meeting to sell the pistols that the county is replacing to the deputies that may want to purchase them. So the first order of business before we hear anything would be a motion to reconsider that action.
I'm gonna move to rescind the action taken on August 15th with regards to the purchase of a used firearm by deputies, except that all proceeds from any sales of those used firearms will reimburse the ARPA account.
Okay, so what is in order is a motion to reconsider that motion, and then what we would have to do is re-vote on that motion.
That's what,
Okay, so,
that's the intent of my motion. We rescind it. In other words, we're going to rescind any action we took in regards to the motion back on the 15th.
yeah, but so procedurally, what we need to do is, the motion should be to reconsider the action. And then we'll vote then we'll re-vote on that motion, and then we can take subsequent action, so.
Hang on just a second.
The way,
The motion is to reconsider the action taken on August 15th with regards to the purchase of the used firearms by deputies.
yes, that would be,
Seconded.
so moved and seconded. moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
So the motion to reconsider is unanimous.
Now I'm going to move that we,
So what we need, now what we need to do is we can have discussion, but what's on the table now is the original motion, which is this. I'm assuming it's gonna fail, but it's moved to approve the sale of one handgun to each pistol, excuse me, let me start over. Move to approve the sale of one handgun to each patrol deputy that may want to purchase from those the sheriff's office is replacing for the sum of $400 per weapon. And all revenue from the sale to be used to reimburse the opera account. So that's what the motion we're voting on. So that's what is being reconsidered. So is there any discussion? So basically, we're re-voting on the motion that was made last time.
call for vote.
We ready to vote? All in favor? All opposed?
I'm opposed.
I'm opposed. So that motion has now failed.
So do we need a motion to be sure that the proceeds go back to the ARPA fund, or is it just a given?
I think it wouldn't hurt to include that in the motion.
I'm gonna move that any proceeds from the sale of the used firearms from the sheriff's department be credited back to the ARPA account.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Michael, do you need anything?
Just, I guess, clarification on how you want those. So are we returning those back to the seller that we purchased the new ones from? Is that the intent?
Yeah, we voted back at some point before August 15th to buy firearms.
Okay.
And that we would get a $400
Credit for the old ones.
trade-in on the old ones. We're back to that point right now. And so whatever Glock wants to do with those guns after they get back is between them and whoever. It's not for us to decide. So,
You want me to explain what the process is?
no, we don't care what the process is.
Okay.
Bottom line is that's between you and
And the
Glock and
The check will,
deputies.
yeah, the check will come back to the
All we
county.
care about is we get that $400 for every gun we trade in. So,
So that motion accomplishes that in my,
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's consistent. I just wanted to make sure that nothing else had changed from what you had originally discussed. So just be clear for the record.
yeah, and
we're really just backing the whole process up.
And I don't know if you want to just touch on why, but
We were advised, Frank Jennings, my lead firearms instructor, contacted ATF and said, this is the way you should do this. And what will happen now, the weapons will go back. The deputies that want to buy them will be able to pick them up at federal firearms dealer and go through the process, pay the sales tax on them, and that will be their weapon. So, pretty simple.
great. So all in favor of Mr. Clark's motion? Aye.
Aye.
So unanimous.
Okay.
Just,
Go ahead, Bill.
well, I'm a little behind. We have motions that I didn't have. Our last motion I just made was to
Have the proceeds of the trade-ins go to all revenue from the sale of the trade-ins be used to reimburse the ARPA account.
But that the weapons get returned to Whitmer.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
The weapons go to Whitmer.
Okay,
Whitman will reimburse the county $400 per weapon.
thank you.
Per the original.
Right.
Everybody's clear, that's what they voted on. All right, Bill?
yes, it's all.
Okay, we're ready to move on. The next item up is the MOU discussion for chief deputy promotion.
And I've submitted two documents to you. One was a proposed MOU. John Mahon has agreed that he would take the chief deputy's position. But he also wants to assure that after the 6-month period that if he decides he doesn't want to continue that, he wants to have his position held. I've had conversations with Joe Coney, and he said the union doesn't have any problem with it, and he also sent me a document with an agreement exactly the same way, with Rockland PD. In that MOU, it says that after 6 months, it can be renewed if we wish, or we can just let it expire. So that's what I'm asking. If in fact we approve that MOU, I'll submit the paperwork to the clerk and the commissioners, Deputy Mahon taking the chief's position.
Is he being officially appointed or is he just? he's
Yeah.
going to appoint?
Exactly.
Gentlemen, as you know, I have some issues here, legal issues. And not opposed to some kind of agreement for John going back at the end of his, once he's replaced or removed. But I think there's two issues here. First of all, the chief deputy position is not a recognized unit member of the bargaining unit. Once John takes the position and is appointed as chief deputy, he's no longer protected or have the rights of the collective bargaining agreement. And I don't think the union has any standing here with regards to any agreement between the sheriff and John for what happens to him if he's removed or replaced as chief deputy. And the other problem I have is that this is a very unique situation in that, of course, as we know, chief deputy works at the will and pleasure of the sheriff. And as such, is not a just cause employee. If you sign this agreement and at some point later, the sheriff doesn't follow through with his side of this agreement, and the chief deputy complains, he's going to expect that we're going to arbitrate and resolve that issue. And I guess my question is that how are you going to do that? Worst case scenario is that the relationship between the sheriff and the chief deputy deteriorates to the point where the sheriff says to the chief deputy, I not only don't want you as a chief deputy, I don't want you in my department, get out. He comes to you and says, I want my old job back. And you said to the sheriff, you have an agreement, give him his job. The sheriff says, no. What are you going to do? The sheriff has the law on his side. The chief deputy is an at-will employee, does not need just cause. He has the exclusive authority to terminate his employment. You don't have a right to order the sheriff to keep the chief deputy employed in some aspect of the sheriff's department. Now, if there is any basis or any validity to this agreement, I'm suggesting that the sheriff and the chief deputy craft an agreement between those two, put that in place. And then if the sheriff violates that, it's the responsibility of the chief deputy to bring an action to force him to comply with that agreement.
So my question in this document was that I'm not sure I have this right, so somebody may have to correct me. But once a chief deputy, I mean, this isn't something new. I would assume that it happens a lot that a chief deputy comes from the ranks. That would be my guess.
Yes.
That happens quite often. So my question is why, and when that happens, that person is no longer part of the bargaining unit after that action. I'm assuming, is that correct? So I was wondering why this agreement is between the commission and the union, because the union is not party to this anymore.
Just what I said, right. I don't think the union has any standing. They certainly had some concern because presently John is a member of the union.
Yeah.
But that light switch flips the moment he raises his right hand and says, I accept the position of chief deputy, and the appointment goes through. He no longer is a unit member, no longer is covered by the benefits and the rights of the contract.
And the sheriff legally is not, let's say that, I don't know, something happens the sheriff is not legally obliged to hire him back as a, that's what, I'm just trying to parse what you
And
said.
that's exactly right, because if the chief deputy said to John Mahon, he agreed, I'd like to have you work with the interim jail administrator for 6 months, and they agreed to do that. John said, I want to be sure that I get my patrol position back. That's a different story because the jail administrator is a just cause employee, and that gives us authority to decide whether or not that John Mahon would be terminated if he lost his job as jail administrator or returned. This is unique in the sense that this is the at-will employee of the sheriff, and we have no authority to tell the sheriff you must retain this employee in some form in your office if you remove him as chief deputy.
So as I study this agreement, I mean, I guess I don't have a problem with the agreement, it's just who's party to it. It seems
See,
like
I
this
don't-
agreement is better placed between,
To the sheriff and chief deputy.
Exactly.
Keep us right out of this altogether. I don't want to be responsible for resolving any breakdown in the relationship between the sheriff and chief deputy and the sheriff for not fulfilling his obligations under this agreement.
well, I'm not worried about the responsibility other than
You
what's
better-
legal.
You better be responsible. You better
Well-
be concerned because this could end up in litigation for which we have to hire an attorney to represent us. And again, the sheriff's going to have the law on his side.
That's my point, is
We're
that,
we're going to be fighting an uphill battle because we don't have the law on our side. I'm saying that because this is like initiating a policy we can't enforce. If we say, well, the policy is in effect, well, if it's a bad policy, we can't enforce it, it's not worth the paper it's written. This agreement is not worth the paper it's written on. If we can't force the sheriff to put John Mahon back in the patrol division, if he removes him as chief deputy.
Sheriff,
Can I just make a comment? What I'm hearing is that we prefer that we have an agreement between us. And let's say 3 months in, John says, what the hell did I do this for? I don't-
yeah,
I
it
don't
could go
want to do
both
this.
ways.
If I got an open position in my patrol, he wants to go back to patrol, I can send his name, we can be hiring this patrol.
I don't think we even need to do that. I think if you have an open position and whatnot, you want to transfer him back to the patrol.
Yeah.
And you have an agreement in place, just do it.
Then we'll do, then you go to that one, do it.
Yeah, we talked about that, but we're here because we thought we had to come here. It's basically how that worked. We talked about that and we thought this was the avenue. And we're good, I'm good with the avenue you
He's
want
good
to
with it,
take.
I'm good with it. We'll do it that way.
Good. I think that's the way it should go. That gets us out of it.
Michael or Marianne, do you have anything to add?
No, I mean, I think, the big issue, with what had been actually proposed was the union's involvement and how that played, and then obviously who had what authority to do what there.
You still may have to deal with Joe as far as being excluded from this agreement. If you want to leave him in that agreement, that's between you and John and Conan.
And what we did is, I said, John, reach out to the union, and that's what he did, to see if they would oppose it, and they didn't, and Joe followed that up by sending us the documentation of what they had. So I don't have any problem, John and I will work this.
Then let's follow this up with another issue that needs to be resolved. Scott, come here and look at this. That's the statute on the appropriate way to appoint a chief deputy, and I've highlighted
Yep.
those issues.
I'm aware of that.
Now, I'm not aware that we've ever received a signed notice that you have appointed a chief deputy that we have accepted and filed in our office.
I have not at this point.
I don't see one for Corey, I don't see one.
Could I very well may not have.
No, we haven't.
Okay, then,
All right, I'd like to have you look at this document and see whether or not you can accept that document as notice to the commissioners. And I'll tell you, that's something that I personally would accept as notice. It fulfills the obligation of the requirement. And it tells us that you're selecting somebody who's qualified. It gives us the ability to notate acceptance in filing. Is that a document that you could?
yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that.
He hasn't done it yet, though, right?
No, I have not.
Are you ready to do that
No.
today? You're not ready? to-
No, I'm not ready to do that today.
I'm going to send you then the outline, yes, and you can re-type that to.
What we're looking at possibly the 16th. John has some vacation time prior to that, so that's what we're looking.
If you're not opposed to that, then I'd ask you to get something similar to that, possibly, if you do.
Well, and that should filter through the administrators.
Why don't I take, you find me taking this one?
That's for you.
Okay, I got no problem with that.
So, but to be clear, this 6 month, that's not
No,
a temporary, that's you're appointing.
we're not gonna even do anything with that.
Yeah, okay. That was just for this agreement.
We all good?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. You all good?
Thank you.
No, I think that,
Yeah.
great, thank you. Okay, next up is jail. Request approval for corrections officer Angela Hall to take an unpaid leave from September 9th, 2023 until September 19th, 2023.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Tim, do you have anything to add, or I see you up there?
I do not. I'm all set.
Kim and I are working on a document for her to sign so she understands that she will need to have to pay her health insurance while she is on unpaid leave, since that's what she's choosing to do, because she does need to pay her portion of that.
Yeah, and that's basically per the policy.
Correct.
Yeah.
I just wanted you to be aware that we were working on that together.
Great, Tim, you're aware.
I am.
Okay.
I'm not in the office this week. I'm dealing with something else, but just as soon as I get back, I should be back there late this afternoon. Should we sign that document?
Okay, great. Any further discussion? We're ready to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maintenance, we have a monthly report that was
I'm gonna
emailed,
move to approve and file the maintenance report as presented.
Seconded.
moved and seconded. Anything to add?
Yes, commissioners. And our mission was that, I went down with Andy Sankey towards the Waldo County former facility and the new facility. And, the idea was that Andy is envisioning, sort of a marriage between those two buildings. His idea would include features from both spaces, and I think we have a pretty clear direction of what he wants in the building going forward, so very good.
Great. Anything else to add on the monthly report? We're ready to vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So unanimous. Hale plumbing discussion.
Yes, as an offshoot of our STEPS project, I mentioned the troubles that we have with the jail fixtures and plumbing. And got a tacit approval to find out more. So we're looking at Lewis and Ron brought in Dick Rollins to look at that system. And he right now agrees that there's some improvements that could be made. And he's working on a proposal I should have for you during the special meeting this month for that you could entertain to approve or not. And also along with that, if we do move forward, I think the wisest move is to allow E.L. Shea to be the general on that project as well. Due to their relationship with the other players, the fact that they built the jail, I think they're uniquely qualified to handle that kind of retrofit, which would look like at this point, taking up the ceiling, going in the garage, and possibly introducing macerators or drum traps and replacing the piping with a larger or smooth wall materials that would go basically just within the garage, and where we drop to the sewers, to the city's system, we would let them take it from there, so to speak. And then along with this, replace the problematic fixtures that we have in the jail cells, not throughout the entire jail, just the cells that the inmates use. And so I'll have a more detailed look at that by next meeting.
So what are the problem, what's the, in a sentence or two, what's the major problem this project is trying to,
The,
stuffed toilets and sinks?
yes, inmate vandalism it's just too easy for them. They've discovered ways to overcome the protections and the devices that we have. In other words, a toilet you could flush over and over. The last plug we had to go into the boiler room and shoot the jet backwards. And we pulled out an entire jumpsuit.
You know, it's interesting because shortly after that was designed, they came up with those sewer eaters.
Macerators.
Yep. And that wasn't available when we designed that, 25 years ago. And so that's unfortunate because we would have designed that into that facility. Right. And benefit.
And so now instead of spending, like say, so far this year, we've spent $50,000, Nichols Month. They come jet these sewers. We have a place where we go, where we know this is gonna be, and we could easily isolate it, remove the material, put it back in operation without a huge production in the cost, of pulling an outside vendor.
If you can do that above Commissioner Clark's parking spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that?
Although mine's awful close to his, so.
And all this work would be eligible for proper funding, correct, Michael?
Well, I believe so. We'll check that officially. Once it is, we know exactly.
Hopefully, that cover that.
And I did, somewhat associated with that, I did remember we were looking at the cost to do the additional paving in the parking lot. I did get that price from Becca yesterday. If you're interested in looking at that.
Yeah, that was in an email, right?
Yeah. It is, okay, then you see your bill, so.
That's just,
go in conjunction
that's just for the paving.
It does, so this would include the repairs over to the drain and not the repavement of that area and the entire lot, entire entrance, the lot, I think it's 15,000 square feet.
This is in addition to the steps project.
Yes,
This is.
And when it happens, this.
it would happen in conjunction with the job, yeah.
Yeah,
And
this-
yes, it's in addition.
yeah, so that's basically 131,000 for extra paving. Although it's not just repaving, it's
Yeah,
removing what's there.
right, this isn't like a driveway overlay, this is a comprehensive approach, which is what we need.
Well, it's
It is awful expensive, but I can tell you that I'm doing projects similar to this, smaller than this, not even as in depth as this, and it's not far from that.
well, I live on a private subdivision, we had 1,330 feet, 21 feet wide, which is 28,000 feet, so $800,000. Graded surface, additional inch minus put on, rolled in two lifts. Inch and a half and two, and
When they remove the existing pavement,
there wasn't any pavement against that.
oh, see this.
Well, I'm just curious,
No grinding, and I think the site here plays,
I
think the site that we're dealing with plays a part in it as well.
you don't think we could just simply surface what is already there?
No, that's what their opinion was, no, especially with the work that the trenching that we're doing. If we're doing the trenching, that's what happens. We'd have to fill it back in, compact it, and then try to patch it. But if we're gonna do from the entrance all the way through, I think grinding is the best idea. Gives you the best chance for success afterward.
The Historical Society activity get an effect on something here?
I would say no, we haven't heard from them yet. I have reached out to Carla to see what their plan is, and to let them know what our plans are. And
even to ask if we're doing this nibbling, could we leave a little bit of a berm around their window wells and so forth? I have heard nothing back.
So, this is something that would, I imagine is gonna be on our next agenda, is that what
Yes.
the plan is? Did you see this? This was emailed.
So, what we thought?
Okay. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up is, RCC
I'm
monthly
gonna move to approve and file the RCC report as
moved and seconded. Anything to add?
Just bring your attention to the Knox County RCC's ending of 911 services. That's something that we never thought would ever happen on the RCCs. That's a very big possibility of our RCC as well. Losing a couple of staff members, we would get a similar situation. Although county picked up the 911 calls, in our case, if we ever got to that point, I don't know how that would go. Not sure. I don't believe the Knox could pick up that.
well, it's gonna have to pay Waldo to do that.
Or ultimately the communities, because it's the communities pay for that. The communities are responsible for their 911. If they don't pay, let's say the RCC here, they would pay the state or somebody else to do that. So it's just, I mean, there's nothing impending here, but just letting you know that's the card, house of cards that you never really thought of. Those things do happen. My water bill had, the state had to enact a new 911 piece out in the city water bill for half of Kennebec County, because Somerset, they had a contract with, ended services because it was just call line was too much time, so just food for thought.
So in that case, what has to happen is the community itself has to,
Yeah, the community.
Stand up some sort of-
Say, the town of Roland decided they didn't like their 911 calls coming here, they had a contract with them and stuff, and that's how so all the towns are now contract here. Hancock County has this piece out, but they could go here if they wanted to. And that's back when Somerset said, we're done, we're not doing your contracts anymore, those towns had to reach out and find these houses. So 7 of the towns, Andrew Scott picked up 7 of the Kennebec County that didn't greatly alter their call, I mean, increase their call volume, but not as much as say Waterville. We were contacted by Waterville, St. Albans, asking us if you could pick up their 911 calls.
so can you, let's say you're being overwhelmed. Can you say, okay, Ellsworth or Bar Harbor or whoever's causing the most calls, we no longer will take your calls?
I'm not really sure about that as far as can we, I don't know that we can shed because they fall under our area of responsibility. Say we picked up another,
Somebody outside.
Washington County towns, for example, and it got too big, we would be in contract with them. So here, here they're covered under taxation and as their kind of fees out. Necessarily, now if we had special contracts, for example, our dispatcher contracts, we could say, hey, we can't do this anymore. But 911, I don't believe we can do that. Because we don't have a piece out. The towns go, we don't want to use that piece out. They contract services. Or if we were not available, they would get to find.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We're voting on the acceptance of the monthly report. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you.
I'm gonna move to accept 911 dispatcher Walt McKinney's letter of resignation effective August 15th, 2023.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Next up is HR monthly report.
I'm gonna move to approve and file the HR report as presented.
Moved and seconded. Anything to add? Michael? All in favor?
Aye.
So unanimous. Introduction of a draft or tire in place policy. Mary Ann?
I was renamed it Retire Return to Work, which is what was requested by Maine MERS, so they would like it to be named that. This has been done in other locations throughout the state. Brewer nearby, Caribou, and what it does is it allows people to retire and then return to work at their same seniority level. And it's a retention usage, and that's what they're using it for now, so that you don't lose your employees who have lots of seniority and have them go off to another organization and have them come back to you. And it's an agreement between Maine PERS and that individual. There is a 10% that they have to pay for early withdrawal. We will have to pay 5% to Maine PERS, which will be considerably less than we currently give to them for that particular employee.
So when you say they maintain seniority, once they retire, they're retiring, they're collecting, so they're not adding to their retirement.
Correct.
Okay.
They no longer can add to that retirement.
So what if they retire under the conditions of full benefits? So in other words, you're 60 years old, you're in the AC plan, more than 25 years, you can retire. That's not an early retirement. So what prevents the employee from retiring under that condition? And by agreement, we retain him to continue to work in that position. He collects his retirement from Maine PERS.
Correct.
He continues to work.
Correct.
Nothing to Maine PERS, what he does after he retires, correct?
Correct.
So this doesn't affect people who qualified for retirement and want to stay. That can occur. Maine PERS can't, there's no authority or interest in that, right?
Well, this is mostly for people with 2C. But what they indicated to me was that we could allow anybody, any employee to be able to do that. But it needs to be, it's really an agreement. We're saying that we will participate in this if we want to. That individual has to apply and has to be approved by the county administrator. But what it allows us to do is to retain seniority. I don't think there's any negative part of it, except for the fact that this person is now in the retirement system. So we're not contributing to that anymore. They're not contributing to that anymore. They do have to pay a penalty, and they are fully aware of it, and it's an agreement between themselves and Maine PERS. It just allows this to happen within our organization.
If they retire early.
If they retire early.
If they retire in a normal situation, you know, they qualify for full retirement as their penalty
Correct.
and no need for any agreement.
Correct. If they're out of particular retirement age and they're 65, then they do not have to. They won't have to have a benefit. They won't have to have that penalty.
The 64 AC plan.
Yeah, it says early distribution tax is required for them if they up until the age of 59 and a half, and then they have to. So if you look at the procedure, I don't know if you had a chance to look at the draft. But in section 3, number C, procedure, any employee wishing to enter into the program must request to do so in writing to the county administrator. The county administrator or their designee will determine if the request will be granted or denied and will respond to the employee within 30 days of receiving that request. This constitutes a prearranged agreement between the member and the county for them to return to employment after retirement, and will make an employee retiring under the age of 59 and a half subject to the IRS 10% early distribution tax on their retirement benefits up until they reach 59 and a half. So if they're beyond that age, they're not going to have that 10% early distribution tax. There are a couple of people who will be qualifying for that who are interested in this, and it was brought to my attention. And I spoke with the chief of police in Caribou and the assistant city administrator in Brewer about it. And they are really using it because they have a number of people who are at retirement age or have had enough years in their law enforcement specifically and in firefighting. They would like to be able to retain their knowledge base and continue having them be employees, but these folks were interested in stepping away and having this money come in. My understanding, the reason they want to do that is they feel that they can earn, their earnings will increase even with that 10% early distribution tax. The benefit to the county is that we continue with a member of our staff who's been vetted and knows our community. And our obligation to Maine PERS, instead of saying we have to pay them, 10.2% or something of what it would be that we would be doing as an obligation, they're straightforward in saying that will just be 5% from our side. So we have a little bit of savings on that.
5% isn't every check after they come back to work, is it?
It is, it's exactly what we currently deduct. So currently we deduct on every paycheck, we do a matching with them. So we do a matching for retirement.
But when they come back to work, they're not on the retirement, they can't, they're no longer.
So that's correct, but for Maine PERS, they're requesting that we continue with the 5% because that's the cost of us using them kind of as their upkeep and their maintenance. So that's their minimum number.
But if that employee retired and didn't come back to work, Maine PERS is gonna have to manage their retirement.
Correct.
They retire and then get rehired. When they're having to pay for the management that they would have paid for had we not rehired them.
It's with the obligation is that's what they have done in the past, and that is what they've done with other organizations. But having that employee coming back to work for us, it still costs us less to have that employee employed by us, and
I don't know
that's
why
in
it
your
costs
rate.
us, I don't know why it's costing us anything. And quite honestly, I think it appears to me that this policy does not differentiate between an employee who retires with full benefits and an employee who retires early. If you have an employee in the jail on the present retirement plan who has 25 years or more service, they can retire today with full benefits. 50%. So now if the sheriff wants to retain them and come back in that position or another position, this has nothing to do with Maine PERS. Maine
Well,
PERS isn't involved in this.
We would have to be able, in terms of what they're talking about, I think in the past, if they were going to come back as a full-time employee and not a part-time employee, we would be paying them 5%.
I don't understand.
We're paying, well,
Why
I
are
don't
we-
understand that part of it, but the whole concept makes sense to me because I think it's a plus for the person retiring and a plus for the county.
Correct, but the individual retiring can make more money,
Yeah,
but instead of them going to another law enforcement unit, they're going to stay with us.
5%, 5%'s only if it's a retired early, correct? Or is it?
Let me look.
Kind of it. You can't, how can they charge us? How can they tell us, first of all, if we have an employee that retires in Maine PERS with full benefits, that they can't come back and continue to work for us in some other capacity or the same capacity, whatever? They have, I don't understand how they could.
Says the county, so if you look at section 7, required county payments during the period of reemployment. The county shall pay Maine PERS for required payment during the period of reemployment. Currently, the rate is greater of 5% or the aggregate unfunded actuarially liability rate of the plan.
But is that for everybody or just people who retire early?
My understanding it's the retire and return to work, so it's going to be people who are retiring early.
So not everything in this agreement.
oh, wait a second. Somebody retires, whether they retire early or not. The only difference is they pay a penalty because of the federal law. It has nothing to do with the county.
Correct, they're paying the 10%.
Yeah,
We're not paying that 10%.
yeah, so that's.
That money has nothing to do with us. It's an agreement between themselves and their retirement system.
That's right. So, and the federal government, because that,
And the federal
yeah,
government,
because
which would
that's a
like to have.
federal penalty, not, okay,
Correct.
so. But we can rehire somebody whether they retire early or not, right?
Well, this has to do specifically with people who are available for retirement at this point.
Whether it's early or not. Right?
Yes.
Can we
Yes.
hire back anyone, whether they retire early or not? Can we rehire that person?
So the employees who have 25 or more years of credit service and a Maine PERS plan and are eligible to retire without a reduction for early retirement, meaning they're retiring at or over their normal retirement age for their plan, are going to be eligible to enter into a return to work program, providing other conditions set forth are met and upon approval of the county administrator or their designee. So it's somebody who so it has to be somebody who has hit their retirement age, whether, and mostly, as I said before, this is for the folks who are 2C.
Boys who have reached 25 years.
I don't know why it wouldn't affect AC too. I mean, if you have a 60-year-old, 61-year-old employee, AC plan, who has more than 25 years service, they're eligible for retirement.
Right, and I think this is mostly age-related versus, so if you are of an age with your ability to retire, this does not affect you, but if you're below the 59 and a half, this affects you. So let's say you have 25 years in and you're 48, and you've decided that you're going to retire but would like to be rehired at the same position. That's what this policy is for. And so they're not going to be a ton of people who would be able to do this. There will be a handful of folks, but it will be a way for us to retain those people with their seniority and have them return to work with us. It's their responsibility to pay the penalty that they have. But they can't return unless we want them, and they've gone through the agreement process.
Well, that's another thing we need to talk about, nevertheless. You want to know, Julie, she'd like to say something.
We actually had this happen in my department when I first started working here. We had a woman that was at retirement age who still wanted to work. And she retired for a day and the county hired her back and she could draw her Maine State retirement. I don't really know about like the benefits, whether she was eligible at that point for Medicare or not, you know, so that the insurance went down or anything like that. But I do know that she did it when she worked in the deeds department.
Yeah, so I have no objection. I'm just trying to
Right.
figure out. To me, everybody wins here.
Correct.
Well,
Is there a version of this policy already in place, or is this?
This is a new policy. And I didn't know, so I don't know what you used. What did you use?
I don't know, the governor in Maine PERS had like a huge article and you had a certain amount of time and this employee took part in it and the county, like she was done one day and that hired the
Right.
next. Yeah.
You have to be fully done one day and then you can
I
be
mean, I could
hired the
reach
next
out to
day.
her and find out.
am I correct in assuming that we don't need this policy? Somebody retires under a condition to get full benefits, and they retire today, and we hire them back tomorrow in that position or some other position in county government. We don't need this policy. Is that correct?
This just formalizes it so that we
Do
have
we
it.
need this policy? No,
So-
we don't need this.
I think that's the question that you want to know 100%. So I mean, there's probably 3 different questions you asked. I think that probably just, we should go back to Maine PERS. I mean, this is why we did it as an introduction.
Yeah.
So you could have the initial conversation, ferret out any concerns that might be in it, and then get those answers and bring it back to you, either in revised format or.
Yeah, it's clear that you're not asking for
Correct.
for action
Correct.
today. This
And
is just.
because it hadn't even been discussed with you.
Yeah.
So, really, that was part of it, but I think that's the question that you've asked is one that needs to be confirmed one way or the other
So-
with Maine.
So the question is, do
Well,
we need to have it? if we're-
What I'm gonna suggest, Mary Ann, the other two, is that we craft our questions in writing, and get them to Mary Ann and Michael.
Well, Michael's got a pretty good list going, right?
Well, I mean, I've got one list.
Oh, okay.
On this list, I don't think it's, we're not going to decide it today.
Correct.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I guess I'm not seeing any downsides to this. I mean, I think that this is probably already taking, from what Julie said, it sounds like it is taking place now and it can take place, and this is just the way to formalize it.
I think that makes sense.
Just a quick-
Where the 5% comes in. Well, I was gonna say, if they're charging us 5% for somebody who's eligible to get full benefits, why are we paying them? So there is a downside if they look, Maine Pers says we want 5% of this.
Yes,
So.
that's a valid question. Yeah, Michelle?
Just a quick question. Are we talking just the AC plan or are we talking the 2C, both the 2C and the AC? Because that's a big difference in those plans.
That's one of the questions.
That's one of our questions. As I read this, that it would apply to everybody, but it probably would make more sense for the 2C person, right?
Correct.
I don't know why it makes more sense. I think there are a lot of people in county government and whatnot who are at or nearing qualifying for the AC retirement full benefits that would qualify for this.
Yeah, I don't think this policy, as I read it, distinguishes between the two.
I don't think it makes it, it's just criteria for whether or not you can retire changes from AC to 2C. Of course, we
Right.
all know that.
So when I used the retire, return to work that I, used to create this, it was originally just for people in 2C, and I tried to craft it so that it was for anybody who was retirement age who would wanted to return to work. So that we would have it, so it would not be discriminatory.
Yeah, the goal would be that this applies equally to, doesn't matter, is it,
Right,
irregardless of the plan, this applies.
correct.
I think that needs to be clear in here.
I'm just curious, if it wouldn't be easier for us if this plan only referred to those people who retire early. The truth of the matter is, if the sheriff has an employee who qualifies under 2C to retire today, then between that person and the sheriff, they have an agreement that the guy's gonna retire, the employee's gonna retire, and come back tomorrow in the same position. Well, first of all, who are we or Michael to say, no, I don't agree with it? Or who are we to say, well, he's not in good standing? I mean, that should be an agreement between the department head and the employee. And if Michael says, yes, you do qualify for that, and the sheriff says, I don't want him back. If he retires, you're out the door, don't come back. I think we're getting involved here where we shouldn't be. But I think if this policy referred only to what conditions existed if you try to retire early and come back to work, what would it be? I gotta think about that because
So you're saying if the county commissioners have a policy, the policy might apply to people that we don't have authority to have it applied to?
I'm concerned that there isn't any mention in here of the department head's participation in this agreement. In other words, that
So
it's,
like change, I mean, I obviously am going to be editing this, but change the county administrator to the department head, possibly?
Or in conjunction with or something? I
I
think,
don't,
I
I
think
don't
that
need this to be, I don't want to offend Michael by saying this.
Oh, you're not finished.
Well, I just,
No,
I
I
just don't
get-
think, I don't think it's, right, I don't think you need the responsibility or whatnot to make these kind of decisions when it should be something the department head should be heavily, involved in and recommending and so on.
So if it remained like this, obviously my thought was, well, I'm gonna have to go talk to the department head anyway, because I'm not gonna make that decision
Of course.
without having that discussion with them. But again, then are you just creating another layer of, if that's who has the hands-on involvement, then is it okay just to go to the department?
So Michael's point, I think he's trying to make is, look, if it were to stay like this, he has to go to the department head anyways, and maybe it makes sense to have it.
I would
He's
choose
willing
to,
to,
I don't have to.
yeah, so he's willing to, but it's right, because nothing requires him to even consult the department head.
Or the next administrator could do whatever they want. I mean,
They're still concerned.
Yeah, I guess we.
I don't want to.
Well, you can send me your edits
Yeah, or questions more.
and questions.
Yeah. I mean, I see the reason for this. I think it's a good thing. But there's some questions. Everybody okay? Do we-
So we're gonna get our questions to Michael and Mary Ann.
Yeah. Ready to move on? Mary Ann, you didn't have anything else?
Yeah.
Okay. Next up is the public access officer designation. Michael, is that something you want to?
and we'll probably tag team.
Okay.
Um, So essentially, the law indicates that
We have the debt.
government entity will designate. Now, I know when I took over, there wasn't any official designation, and I double checked my job description just to see if there's anything clearly put in there, and I looked at some other job descriptions as well. The closest thing that could even match to what that might be was the county clerk. And a lot of that, I'm assuming, residual based on what used to occur. Counties do this in different ways and done it in the past in different ways, but to be compliant with the law, we need to designate somebody, and that person would be the focal point. Now, another county has designated their administrative clerk for the sheriff's department because they usually are the ones who get the most requests for information. However, if we were to do that, then we would also be, I mean, the way I read the law, and understand it is you're designating one individual. That person will receive or it should be forwarded to handle the initial recognition of the request, and then reaching back out to the appropriate entity that has the records to provide that information, and then also to respond to whoever's requesting it. So if we were to do that, then you would also be saying to the administrative person in the sheriff's department, oh, by the way, you're also going to get these for every other department, and you're going to have to handle it. So between us, our initial discussion was, okay, well, who would be most appropriate and who would be willing and how we can figure this. So my recommendation was going to be to have that public access officer be designated as the human resources manager in that position, which right now would be Mary Ann. And then obviously when she gets the request in and request forward to her, the ones with the sheriff's office, she'll have to send back to the sheriff or the designated individual within the department. So each department could have somebody that handled these if they informally designate for that department, but ultimately there's one person making sure the county is adhering to the requirements of the law and that we're meeting those obligations as best as possible.
So in my experience in municipalities, that's usually the manager who, probably farms, I'm looking for the right term here, but I'm gonna say farms that out to the department heads. Fair?
So, yes, but I can't say, I mean, municipalities are different in how they're handled. Even the county's different. I mean, there have been some requests for information that have been given no thought, I think. And the departments get them and they just send the information back out to somebody. But have they documented it? Have they
Yeah.
notified them? Have
Yeah,
they
yeah.
met the X, Y, and Z? And that's part of it too, having somebody that's trained and aware of what those requirements are. So, and you could do that, but what it means is then as the administrator, I would be responsible for making sure that the letter or response is set back. I would be responsible for making sure that the appropriate individual has been contacted, the department individual has been contacted, obtain kind of their best guess estimate as to what it is so we can respond to them. And I would also be responsible for giving that response. And it's not like I can take the responsibility as a public access officer and designate those requirements because I'm responsible for it. So if
Yeah.
if the person, let's say,
The letter should
let's
come
say I
from you,
say,
yeah.
Mary Ann, you go do this for me, and she doesn't send the letter, and she can't anyway, because technically it's supposed to come from me.
From you, yeah.
So the obligation is back on me. So whether municipalities do this, they probably do. Are they following the letter of the law with their? Probably not, which gets us to the next kind of thing that we're looking at on the agenda too, is the policy itself.
The person who's a public access officer, is it their requirement to review all the material before it's sent back to the requester?
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be some confidentiality issues there and stuff. Now, whether they could or should, I mean, we're gonna have some issues where there will be some confidential information that can't be released, that the department's gonna have to redact. And then once it's given to the public access officer, I mean, they should know what it is for information that they're providing to them.
So if Mary Ann's the public access officer, she gets a FOIA request from issuing the sheriff's department. She in turn notifies the sheriff's department. They gather up the documents, redact what's not public access accessible, then gives that back to Mary Ann, who submits that.
Who then sends it on.
Does Mary Ann have an obligation to double check to see that what's been redacted is permissible?
I mean, in regards to those redactions and stuff, no, I mean, I think that if it's the sheriff's department and the sheriff's looked at it, and she's not gonna know whether or not it can be or not, which is why obviously that person of the department head, whoever it is that's handling the request, is gonna have to review it for that, not her. But she is responsible for saying, okay, they requested X, Y, and Z. You've given me X, you've given me Y, and you've given me Z to the best of your ability, the best of your knowledge, and you've removed any confidential information consistent with law. And then she forwards that information on to the individual that requested it. Is it a foolproof system? No, but I mean, there is checks and balances there to a degree, and it allows, obviously, for the public access officer to know that it's being complied with. And also, in some cases, that we're actually getting money for that, which is, again, another part of the policy is, you know, do we start charging for more than what we probably have been charging for?
Well, and the other side of this is there's specific training around this. My guess is there's specific training for the confidentiality thing probably is most applicable to the jail and the sheriff's department. So somebody in that department probably has to be trained too, right? By statute, is that
So
a fair assumption?
I mean, the law does spell out who should be, and all elected officials should be as well. There's
Yeah.
other ones. So we did an in-house quick training here with HR and went down through some of the requirements of it. But we did go back and check, and Mary Ann is gonna be following up with individuals that we don't have copies of the certificates either. You're supposed to be able to present a certificate showing that you've actually done that training.
Same
Now,
applies to us.
the level of training can be very basic as indicated by the statute. Even just merely reviewing the information on the state's website. But to answer your question, most likely, you know, and I guess that's something that we could look at and discuss. But definitely the public access officer is gonna have all training, and then any other individual that may have likely exposure to things like that probably should go above and beyond to get additional training as well.
Any questions from Mary Ann, anything to add or?
So the one thing I'll say is, we're not trying to create a more labor system, but we are trying to develop a system that's consistent, fair, and complies with the law. And that's kind of what the next step would be, but, you know, I mean, at this point, that's why we're bringing it up, because when we get them in, one, we're not all aware of who's getting them in, and then two, is the information being retained? What are they getting? What is the response?
So we're not currently keeping a full file. Everybody in each department is keeping a file whenever they have. And this would allow us to have a lock file. So if somebody asks us, did you do this? We can, we can go to have a one person to go to rather than trying to figure out what department is doing it.
And under state law, we're obligated to name something, to designate something.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily clear who or how that's done. But
Yeah.
obviously, some type of overt action, I think, is necessary.
Now, in your memo, you make a suggestion here, that's the human resource manager, and we named her, Mary Ann. So let's say Mary Ann retires or takes a leave or something. Is it common practice to just name this person by title, or you?
So, I mean, I would, if it was me, I'd designate both, so it's clear that it's the position and her. But my intent is we'll probably come back to you with a revised job description to include that information in that, one of the duties and functions of the position. So when we go out to hire the next person, whoever that may be, whenever that may
They're
be,
covered under that.
it would be, they would know that this is gonna be a requirement of the position, and if this happens, you're gonna, that's one of the functions you're gonna perform. So, unless we come up with a better way, or we have, somebody say, I really think it needs to be me, and I'm willing to do it for the entire county.
No, I mean, we're obligated to designate somebody. We haven't done that. To the best of my knowledge. Are we ready to take some action, or we need to?
Are you asking us today, Michael?
Yes.
Mary
To
Ann?
designate, yeah, Mary Ann.
Okay, and I'm going to move. that we approve Mary Ann Saxel as the county's public access officer in Hancock County.
So, okay, so how about that we move to designate human resource manager Mary Ann Saxel? Is that? So we're not approving, we're designating, because that's what that's statute says we must designate. Is that okay, Bill?
The motion is to designate Human Resource Officer Mary Ann Saxel as the county's public access officer.
That's what's moved and seconded. Any further discussion or comments, Mary Ann or Michael? All in favor? So unanimous, thank you. Next up is,
We want to look at this public access policy before we, for another couple weeks before we approve that.
If you want to do it that way, yes. I mean, we just wanted to introduce it to you to let you know. One of the questions we have is, do you want us to go back and kind of look at the fee structure and try to ascertain what departments are charging right now and what that rate is, and include that in this type of policy, or any other suggestions that you have. But again, not having had the discussion, we want to bring it up and then get a sense for what it is that you would like to see or not see, and then we can make some edits and come back to you at the next meeting with a revised draft.
so my feeling is that we certainly need this policy, and I think we should standardize the fee schedule, among departments, so that it's not, probably we need to poll all departments and see what makes sense, and is it, because there's actual law around this too. So, I mean, does that make sense? Or, because my guess is that different departments have different fee schedules.
And some fees, as you stated too, are going to be outlined
Yeah,
in statute too, so there are certain things that we can only charge certain amounts, but
does that make sense?
for other stuff, it does give some consistency to what it is or how it is, and awareness, so that we can tell whoever's requesting it, here is the estimate of what your cost is going to be based upon.
Yeah.
Fee structure.
Yeah, and it makes sense because the public information officer shouldn't have to say, okay, deeds is this, sheriff's is this, it should all make sense. So, you need specific action?
No.
Input, does that make sense to everybody up here?
You just say, actually, in other words, at some point, we need to formally adopt this policy, right?
Yes,
We're not gonna-
and the fee schedule.
We're not gonna do that today.
No,
No.
no. In fact, there'll probably be a couple other edits.
Yeah. But we certainly need this, and, you know, that it needs to be in policy what the fee schedule is at minimum. Are you ready? You have the direction you
Yeah,
need,
I think so.
Mary Ann?
And obviously, if there's questions or anything, we can address those.
Come back, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you. IT. Multi-factor authentic MFA, information to be reviewed by the commissioners and approve possible funding through ARPA grant.
Yes, please.
Daniel.
Good morning, and I apologize for being a little bit late.
No, you're right on time.
All right, this is just showing you the two different devices that were part of this negotiation. Going through the ARPA funds, we're looking to fund this project. Coming December of this year, there'll be a new release of the FBI CJIS, our Criminal Justice Information System 5.9.4, which will require anybody at any time, anywhere that has access to CJIS information must have multi-factor authentication. Even though the RCC is behind a locked door, behind a locked door, behind a locked door inside of a building, and nobody can get to it into the buzz through, they touch CJIS, they must have MFA. The fire stations don't, so they don't have to worry about that. But this is something they're going to implement and has to be implemented, so I'm bringing this up to us. Option one is Zoho Corporation, the Manage Engine AD self-service. And this is a piece of software that people are able to change the passwords themselves, are able to update their information, and save us the headache of doing that. But it does require the use of a mobile device. So the question then is, does the county provide them the mobile device on top of the cost of the software? So do we reimburse them for the use of their private phones on top of the cost of the software? The third problem that comes into this is the fact that if that phone is lost or stolen or whatever, we have to wipe it to save the integrity and confidentiality of Hancock County information. And people today live on their phone. My pictures of Sasquatch were on that phone. My trip to Atlantis was on that phone. You can't like that? Well, I'm sorry, we can't. Then that's a possibility we probably won't have to do. Again, passwords are required. Option two, I believe, Softex Incorporation with OmniDefend, and they bring you the RFID Wave ID Plus, which is the first one that does not have the metallic contact. This is a simple RFID reader, which works for the badges. That's one thing I wanted to do. If I'm going to do MFA, use what you got. This is 125 kilohertz, low frequency badge reader, gets you through doors and all the other stuff. And that reader will pick that up and will authenticate to that. That's another form of authentication. So that's two, but you still require a password. We have to bump the total that I had originally for the quote up to 80 from 60, which brings just that total up to $13,384.
Are you reading from something that we should have?
Yes, that was emailed to us. I'm trying to find it.
So we don't have it, don't we?
We do. It's not in our packet.
Yep, it was originally $9,000, $9,432 after the discount.
Yeah, can somebody point out that email so that we
Is
can get it?
that, is that a one page?
Yes, let me pull it out of my book here.
We can photocopy it. maybe.
Photocopy.
Somebody tell me when that was.
Let's photocopy.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe Thursday or Friday, I think Friday. Yeah, when Banyan sent it to me.
It came from you. Yes, because, basically, we need, like, a lot of bank accounts now, we have to have this little key tag that log in, there's a little number that's sent to that. I don't know how to describe it, but,
Everything is moving towards multi-factor authentication. Passwords are too easy. I can build a rig tomorrow off of, Good A, put 4 or 5 video cards into it, and I can crack your password in about 3 hours. Depending on how large it is, I can crack it even faster. What's happening is passwords are getting lost. Passwords are becoming redundant. Passwords are not safe anymore. And so in order to protect the VII and other sensitive information that we hold for the public trust, we have to protect it. My big push is that CGIS is required. CGIS is required for the sheriff's side. And it's good enough for the sheriff's side, and we're gonna move forward with this, and we have to make this kind of a purchase, put it on the county side too. That way everybody's covered. And that way we don't have to worry about having issues and problems with one side not being as secure as the other side, and having people jumping across and that, get the crazy stuff like that. The MFA is where everybody is headed, whether it's physical or it's virtual, whether it's an app on your phone, whether it's in the cloud. The good thing about the physical is you're in control.
you know, what I don't like about about the phone thing, if it is compromised, then you're wiping out somebody's phone. So, you know, banks have a little key tag, you know, is that something that?
Okay, this little fob that we use to get through the doors,
Yeah,
this is what the sheriff, this is what the sheriff's department will be using on their computers internally. That device will pick up this signal and unlock their computer, and they can log in. For their laptops inside the vehicles, they will be using the key that they get from Motorola to authenticate who they are. They're covered. I'm covering the county side. County side will use their badges in order to get into the computer.
And is this a one-time cost or is it annual?
The devices are a single year, single purchase, but there is an annual software purchase.
okay, so I found the email. It's dated, it came from Patrice on Thursday. And there's a bunch of documents.
Yes, very much. Talking about the different readers, talking about the purchase for the software and all the rest of it.
Yes,
So it is there. The
okay,
problem with the singular reader is that it reads the 125 low frequency kilohertz and it reads the 13.5 high frequency megahertz range. The doors do not work on a 13.5 megahertz frequency yet. Do we have any plans on upgrading? No. Okay, we do not have any plans of possibly upgrading those to a different level, so we don't know if that will work. So that's why I had to think of the third purpose. This is the best situation, and this is the best solution for what we're looking for. You may be asking yourself, why do we do this? My question to you is, before August of last year, did you have cybersecurity? Even 4.5 years ago, did you even have an IT support staff? These things are coming into play. Your life is getting more difficult because we have to start meeting the standards that everybody is meeting and everybody's pushing out. Government is putting their requests out, putting out these standards. We have to start meeting them, or we're gonna start having issues.
okay, so. And just so that we have 3 pieces of paper that we're just.
For the second one. I mean, excuse me, for the last offer, there's 3 pieces of paper for it. There's a singular sheet for the Wave ID reader, which just reads the 2 frequencies. There should be, actually, she double-sided it, so there's probably only 2 sheets for the Wave Bio reader, which is the one with metallic contact. The good thing about that metallic contact is no longer will we need passwords. That's the best part about it. You don't even have to worry about that anymore.
Okay, I'm just trying to get what piece of paper belongs to what. So this guy right here,
That's the Ray reader.
okay, that's
We,
this document right here.
yes, that one right there.
Okay, that goes with that.
That is correct.
This, that's this.
That is correct.
These three pages?
Yes. Yep, this one is just the reader by itself, but there's only 60 of them, which is wrong. This one is for quote 80, which is what we need to get.
Okay, so this is junk.
That can be thrown away.
Okay. So. So the total, this is a $27,526 purchase.
That is correct.
This is the one that you're recommending.
That is the one that really, we want to get away from the point of failure, which is ourselves. Because I found out that my password was on hacker's list too. We need to get away from passwords. Nobody wants passwords. Everybody hates passwords. In fact, we're moving away from the phrase password and moving into the pass phrases because our passwords need to be so damn big. So we're
Okay,
gonna move
so,
away from password and go straight to bio.
so how this would work is everybody who has access to a computer would have this device hooked to their computer.
That is correct. They
Okay,
would swipe their finger and then swipe their badge and they're in.
two things.
If they leave the fingers at home, we'll give them a pin so they can get it.
Okay, so two things. Okay, so that's how you get the multi-factor.
That is correct. And
When
also,
you unplug this, what happens?
if you unplug it, then
Because this is just a USB device.
that is correct.
Can you still get into the computer?
You would have to have a password.
Benyon.
Yeah.
This is only for getting into the system because many of us have MFAs for other software like the bank and this is only for
Yep,
getting.
just getting into the computer. It can be used to authenticate to the bank. It can be used to authenticate to other websites that you visit. It can be used to authenticate to other software that you have, like Outlook. You can use this for those purposes, and then that way everybody's covered with the MFA, and it's only a singular device. The device also reads our cards at 125 kilohertz, also reads at 132 kilohertz, which is an upgrade from the 125, and then also reads at the 13.5 megahertz. This is, I push for this device because it gives us the bio, but it's also forward-looking. Because if we do upgrade the doors, we'll be able to read the new devices that come with it.
Okay. These, are these gonna be covered by MFA?
If they're connected internally, they need MFA. If they are remote, you're log into the firewall and then your log into the computer counts as multiple factor.
Yes.
So all internal devices will require a reader.
So when those are here, they're gonna have a reader.
That's correct.
So Bill, you think you got a headache now?
Somebody test on this.
I haven't even got my 12-minute timeout yet. I mean, this is old dogs and tricks. I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Is this going to be a requirement of the future?
Yes, this is where everything and everybody is going. I'm trying to head off the FBI request. The FBI wants this done in December. And so I'm just trying to be there, trying to get ahead of that cart.
Okay, so this 27.5, that
Yep,
includes,
it is freaking steep.
that is each device
That is correct.
and the software for what period of time?
That software is yearly. So that 5184 is yearly, but the 22342 is for the devices. But once you have devices, that's all we need, is just a device.
Okay, so why would we not do, if we're doing this out of ARPA, why would we not do multiple years of the software?
I don't think we intentionally asked that question. Yep, if we can, then we'll go multiple years with it, if it's allowed.
I should find out that answer.
Yeah, that's the way I feel, is,
I would like the numbers as well.
And, you know, we did a 5-year last time with the sheriff's department on the software, we tried to do a 5-year.
Okay. Yeah, that would be very good.
And then please, please, please have this part of our packet so we're not fumbling around like this. And, because I'm not sure we're ready to take action on this. Until we have at least that. Everybody agree? Yeah. Okay, you're giving us a headache, but I think. Bill, you have any other? Okay, we're ready to move on. Thank you. I think. Okay, treasurer, approve monthly bills and warrants.
So moved. Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Commissioners, Hancock County Personnel Policy Section. Somebody want to introduce this or should I?
Well,
Yeah.
So, this information you were given is a copy of that section, the retirement section of the personnel policy, in particular, the section that pertains to health insurance. The county has had this in place for a while, but when somebody had inquired about retiring, they were told the way that it's been interpreted recently is that if you look at that first paragraph, and there's essentially 4 paragraphs here, which probably reference will be made by myself as well as others that may come up and speak. Basically, the county, as I understand it, in recent time has been interpreting this to be retirement under this full section. And that the section outlining health insurance part 1, where it indicates that regular full-time employees at the time of retirement will continue to receive for life health insurance covered, single subscriber plan, comparable to that provided from time to time for county employees at contribution levels equal to those of active employees. So the way that I've understood it in recent years, basically when somebody's retired, they notify the personnel department or the county administrator, and they are provided with kind of information pertaining to what that ongoing cost is going to be associated with it. In most of us, I say probably all of us that are involved with it right now, were not here when this was originally adopted. So what we have since been told is that the interpretation over time has become incorrect or is incorrect. And that the original intent behind it was that, in particular, the 3rd paragraph for employees that qualify under that section and the benefit level, it's meant to say basically that if you work here continuously for 20 years or plus, that you would get a benefit level of 100%, and employees were told at the time reportedly, again, wasn't here, so I can't attest to that, that they would receive 100% health insurance at no cost to them. So the county would be paying 100% for premium associated with that. And that's what the original plan meant. There are individuals in the room, I think, that would like to offer some additional information from their perspective in terms of what they understood and what they believe. So obviously I'm not going to speak for them. But that's essentially the issue, is the interpretation and understanding of what this is and how it should be applied. And from our standpoint, we've been going by the way it was explained to us, correspondence that we've seen from prior human resource people and what in the most recent history has been done. And that was the information, as I understand it, that was given on this employee at the time. But again, we've since had employees come in and say, no, that's not our understanding of what the commission agreed to do, or the commissioners at the time agreed to do. So,
And when was this adopted?
November 1st, 2011 is when the final, when the revisions
This
were changed.
document, yeah.
Yeah, this portion of it.
that was done back in 95.
Yeah.
The original version was created in 95. And I'll tell you that it was written by retired school superintendent. And it has always been complicated. It's always been too sophisticated for most people to really understand. In your packet, you have, at the end, you have a two-page, I'm gonna call it modification of the plan. And what this is was my attempt to clarify
This document.
that document. and whatnot. So A, B, and C are really the critical issues, and that's hired before 96, hired after 96. And then the C is the partial benefit depending on those with less than 20 years and more than 10. And so the only changes I made was to clarify that there is a contribution in C, which is those with more than 10 but less than 20, in addition to the partial benefit level by the county, but that the contribution by the employee is equivalent to the percentage of the benefit. In other words, if they're getting a 70% benefit from the county, they only have to pay 70% of the employee contribution.
So if I have, so I've got two documents. One, I'm gonna call the existing policy, which has page 63 on the bottom, right? And then the other one, which was part of our packet, which is a two-page document. Can I call it Bill's ideas or Bill's interpretation? Bill, that's this, right?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm just trying to separate the two documents.
That was my attempt to clarify what was already in.
Your understanding, yeah.
With two changes, and one is, as I said, the percentage of contribution equal to the percentage of the benefit level, and I've included in C that employees who have attained their 45th birthday within the calendar year that they retire, who have more than 10 years. So in other words, you can't, it is possible under this policy, that if you were hired at 20 years old and become 30 years of age and whatnot, you could leave employment with the county, get 50% of your retirement. You can say to yourself, who's going to pay 50% of that? But if you have an employee who wants to go somewhere else or is being enticed to go somewhere else, and the other employer says, I'll pay that 50% that you're paying right now, we end up paying 50% of the employee who leaves us, goes with another employer, and that guy now is only 30 years old, we could be paying for another 40 years. And so there is a 45-year condition in C, so that we're not paying younger people and enticing them to leave and make it easier for them.
Okay, so that's a difference between the policy and yours.
It's an addition to what's in it, because there isn't a minimum age requirement to what's in the first paragraph.
Okay, because so it sounds like there's a bunch of people here to talk to this. Am I right?
All affected by it,
Okay, so
and on the Zoom
Because-
too.
yeah, because some of us, like me, don't fully understand what the issue is here yet. I guess we'll give you all time to address it. Does that
Sure.
sound like a plan of attack? And looks like you're the leader, so.
No, I'm not the leader. I'll just start with saying that when I was hired,
I guess you should probably,
oh, I thought I could talk loud enough. I'll just start by making it simple. When I was hired, I was told that if I worked here 20 years, that I would get insurance for life when I retired, if I met the requirements of retirement age in 20 years. So that's
told by, through this,
HR,
okay,
county clerk at the time.
okay, but this policy was in effect then, right? Okay,
right
So
there,
when were you hired, Julie?
2004,
okay, so after,
and
okay, sorry.
no, 2004, that's when I was hired. And, Tracy, my employee that actually received this benefit, was hired in 2002, and she was told that. And she's actually, she retired with 18 years, so she pays 10% of a single subscriber insurance right now. And Cindy, who was on the Zoom, she retired with 16 years and she pays 80% of the single subscriber now. So,
But these are paying contribution on top of that.
no, because this was not interpreted this way. It was interpreted that you had to pay whatever the level said, that you didn't get to 100, so.
And I think that's the flaw in the reasoning behind this, because think about it for a minute. Dick Bishop retired under a condition where he received 100% benefit. So he wasn't a partial benefit under this city. He received it as a retiree. And Dick pays $46 a month contribution, just like the single subscriber active employee does. But because the people in C who were getting a partial benefit are making a contribution towards that, they didn't get assessed the employee contribution on top because they were already making a contribution. And when you stop thinking about it, that's the inequity, because it's really two things. First of all, to get 100%, you're gonna get 80 from the county and 20, you're gonna have to pay the other 20. But on top of that, just like everybody, active and retired, you're going to pay a monthly contribution. And I say that because in the existing policy, it says employees have contribution levels equal to those of active employees. And so it's that, to me, and I've discussed this with Rebecca Knowlton, who also agreed that that wording right there is what says retirees have to contribute to their retirement plans, just like active employees do.
Doesn't say it in that third paragraph, though.
But it doesn't for,
Well, I
But
think,
first,
well, I think the first, really, it covers,
retirees.
it covers all the conditions. It's just, it says it once. And if you start thinking about it, why would they make those people pay contribution fee and the people after that don't?
So I can't speak to Dick Bishop unless he wants to tell me where to go. Well, is he getting the regular insurance or is he getting supplemental to his Medicare?
Supplemental, like.
And it doesn't make any difference because the policy says that the benefit is equal to the full benefit. If you put the two together, it equals the full benefit. So it doesn't make a difference in what form it comes in. When you get all done, it equals a full benefit.
so here's where I'm struggling. Sorry to interrupt. I wasn't around. I don't know what the intent was. It doesn't, it's almost irrelevant. Here's a document, policy. And I guess you're interpreting it differently than I am. I'm not sure, but let's give that to me for a second. Who's right? It feels like we need somebody who's not party to this, to say, this is what this says, because quite honestly, my head's spinning. I don't know about you, John.
Or a mediator to sit down and discuss it because I feel like,
I don't know about a mediator yet. I think we need, and because there might be nothing to mediate. It feels like we almost need an employment attorney or benefit, there's attorneys that do this to say, this is what this says, because quite honestly, I don't wanna insult whoever wrote this, but this is confusing.
the only thing I can say about the retirement benefit, if you were taking Medicare, when Steve Joy was county commissioner, that is when they set a cap at what the county would pay toward your supplemental insurance. And that you could still take the county's insurance as a supplement, but only you would have to pay something, or they would pay a certain amount to a different supplemental insurance if you took it. And they could set a limit.
So what's the path forward here? I mean, are there other people who want to talk?
Cindy to find out, she was a former employee, she would like to speak, she's on Zoom.
Okay,
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Cynthia DePringer, Cindy DePringer. I worked for the County Commissioners from 2000 to 2016. I started off as the assistant to the county clerk and then was promoted to the county clerk and personnel coordinator in 2010. I completely understand when you read this, this is completely muddled language. It's very difficult to understand. When I first had to tackle it myself, I went back to Eugene LaBelle, who used to be the county clerk. I went to Ray Bickford, who used to be the county clerk. I went to Dennis Damon, who was the county commissioner, and I went to Walter Bunker, who was the county commissioner, to get some kind of historical clarification on when this was originally written and what their intent was. Then I had to break it down at that time into 3 different parts, because you can see the top 3 paragraphs. Right now, I don't believe you have anyone who falls in to that first paragraph. So for me, I'm focusing on the next 2. I'm not sure if you have anyone who falls into the second paragraph. I've been gone from there 7 years. I have a really good historical memory because I sat on the majority of all commissioners, BAC meetings, etc., from about 2001 through 2006, part of 2016. So the minutes that you see are more than likely mine. I also had recordings of everything, but unfortunately, it's my understanding that they cannot find the recordings anymore. I can tell you where they were sitting 7 years ago, but I don't know where they are now. And that would provide you with definite clarification. So I move on to paragraph 3, and I took paragraph 3 for what it said, and then I also consulted with the county commissioners at the time. I looked at prior history of what previous retirees were getting. And it was our understanding at the time, and I'll just use Billy's situation where he says, if it says this much, you have to provide this much and make it whole. I'll use me as an example. I worked there for 16 years. I have a single subscriber policy because I am, believe it or not, 60 years old now. And so I pay 20%. The county pays 80%. What I pay is $197, $198 a month to make that policy whole. That was the interpretation for at least from 2006 to 2016 between the county commissioners and retirees. I too, when I was hired, I was told by the county clerk at the time, Ray Bickford, that if I stayed for 20 years, I would get full health insurance upon retirement paid for by the county if I met the requirements. The requirements were at that time either 20 years, well, it's the same requirement as it is right now, actually, 20 years or a certain age under the guise of Maine State retirement. In 2011, I want to say it was Commissioner Lawson, Commissioner Joy, and Commissioner Perkins had said that this is not sustainable. We cannot continue this. So they capped it. And they said any employee hired after November 1st, 2011, I'm sorry if I said the wrong year before, shall be ineligible for retiree health insurance upon retirement. The schedule above note does not apply to employees hired after November 1st, 2011. But it did apply still to all the employees who were hired prior. I can't speak to your interpretation or how you read it. I too questioned the section where it says, as regular full-time employees at the time of retirement, where does it say, at contribution levels to equal to those of active employees? I too question that. You try to do everything right. As a county clerk, personnel coordinator, it's a balancing act. You look out for your county commissioners, you look out for your taxpayers, and you also look out for your employees, which was why I did a lot of research and went back and asked questions. If it helps at all, this was the interpretation from, I know prior to 2000, I was hired in April 2000. And it was the interpretation at that time. And it continued even on through 2016, even when I questioned, did my homework, did the research. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Okay, so
Well, Cindy's situation is an example of how policies haven't been applied consistently for the last 20 years.
probably because of the way this is written,
And absolutely.
not by any,
But when you start thinking about it, Cindy gets 100% benefit because she contributes 20%. That county contributes 80, that gives her a full benefit, okay? But she only pays the 20%. She doesn't make an employee contribution on top of that. Now, Dick Bishop gets 100% without having to pay any of the percentage. But
the
he,
current employees.
yeah, right, the employee contribution. But because he doesn't contribute any portion towards the level, he's assessed the employee contribution. Don't you see the inequity there?
Well,
So what I'm saying is that I'm not for going back and saying, Cindy, you're gonna start paying employee contribution. But I am willing to say that that we should make it consistent for everybody and tell Dick Bishop, you no longer have to contribute as a retiree. And somehow come to some agreement, making this consistent for all retirees.
well, again, for me, as I read this, I have the same problem that Cindy did. In that there's stuff in the first paragraph that we don't know, it sounds like it really belongs somewhere else because it affects the next two paragraphs. Okay, so therefore, I can see why it was interpreted this way. It could be actually interpreted a bunch of ways. I'm interested in figuring out what this says, because so far it's opinion, you know, including mine. And I don't think we can make any edits to this until we know what this says.
I'll just add a little bit. Your paragraph 1,
Yes.
if you do the math, the oldest that person could be right now is 55. But if you do the math for paragraph 2, that person is 80 today. And then paragraph 3, well, whatever. That's the people sitting in the room. But 2, you're 80.
And that's something else. I wondered how difficult it would be for HR or Michael or whatnot to, once they understand what the first 3 paragraphs, those conditions are there anybody in county government who would qualify for those? And can we effectively remove those because nobody's there, why even talk about it and confuse the issue?
Well, I'm just reading this and and it sounds like Mary Ann and Michael are having probably more trouble than I am because they're in it every day.
I'll tell you that,
I don't know how to. I'm not sure that the three of us can sit here and say, okay, this is the way it is.
listen, I sat at the table when this agreement was originally approved. Vern Crockett wrote this. I was there. Now, Cindy and I probably have as much institutional knowledge about this section as anybody. And what I tried to do in my version was simply explain what the existing policy said. And I wish I'd known that Cindy was going to be available. I'd like to have sent this to her before the meeting today and say, Cindy, do you agree that this is what the existing policy means and whatnot? But if you're going to sit there and say, well, I need to talk to some learned professional about what this means and whatnot. Well, if we're going to hire a
Well, I'm just trying to figure out a way, there's obvious disagreement here. And how,
and I think
what's the way out of this?
the way out of it is to come up with a policy that clarifies what the existing benefit is going to be and makes that consistent with all employees who are presently on some kind of retirement plan and who are eligible to go on.
Okay, so my question to that is, A, can we afford that? And B, is that really what this says? I mean, John, do you have any, I'm just trying to figure out a way. I guess maybe the question should be asked to Michael and Mary Ann.
I noticed, I think it's unfair that you're saddling the two people here that probably has the least understanding and you have used this over a couple of years and whatnot.
But how do we know it's used correctly? That's the other part.
It could not have been used correctly because some employees were handled differently than others. So
That's the point.
and the problem is that it was decided on how to deal with the policy when different people had the ability to make that decision. And I'm saying that, we had a problem years ago in the jail where they were violating provision of union contract for 3 years. And when I found out, I made them stop. They filed an appeal, and the arbitration board said, well, I know you got away with it for 3 years, but you can't continue to make a mistake just because you made a mistake. And so we've got to do the same thing here. And I think what we've got to do is simply come down with a policy that's clear, apply that to everybody. And I think we should err on the side of the employee. So in other words, we don't saddle Cindy with an additional contribution, but to make it equitable, we require that Dick Bishop and people in his similar situation don't have to pay it anymore. And then perhaps.
So that's a major hit.
No, this is a major hit. We don't know what the hit is, because we don't know how many people.
Well, it could be a major hit.
They have to do an audit to find out.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, how difficult can it be to find out who's on what?
Okay, so right now you have people 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that left to retire that are covered under whatever this policy is. And then I know of 4, and now with Dick, possibly 5 that need to be looked at because they should fall under this last paragraph. So I mean, there might be someone else, but there's probably 5 that you're gonna have to adjust if you go that way.
Pat, do you make a monthly contribution? You do. You get 100% coverage, 100% single subscriber benefit, and you pay him. So he's the same situation as Dick Bishop.
And that's
I suspect Steve McFarland's in the same position.
Yes.
And that's,
Jeff and Corey, Jeff and Corey.
Jeff.
But here's the thing you need to remember though. Pat would not be union and Corey would not be, so they would follow this. I can't speak to Jeff or Steve, but Bishop would would have followed this too.
Well, the language in the contract's identical, it was taken right out of the personnel policy, so
Well,
the identical.
it's
language.
not exactly identical, because trust me, I've been reading it. But I mean, yes, it's pretty much the same thing, but I don't know. As to Jeff and Steve, I just don't, I don't know.
And if they aren't making a contribution, that's another example of how
They are.
They
you
are.
decided what benefits you're gonna pay
Right,
and not pay based upon who was making that decision at the time you retired.
right.
And that's why it's important that we rewrite this so that no matter who's making that determination, they clearly understand what the benefit is and what your responsibility is to get that benefit.
Consistent.
Right.
Mary Ann, you,
I was gonna say that, Steve McFarland is, as of between January, December of 2022, I don't know if he's still paying this, but it's paying $269 a month. That was his retirement agreement.
Because in the union contract, they have language. That's why I'm saying I can't speak to Steve and Jeff because of the union contract and how it applies to them. But I just know that your chief deputy isn't in the union, so he would be this. That's why I say I can't really speak, but I think it needs to be looked at for their years of service versus.
it seems to me that we need somehow to quantify this. And that we need, and it's not that I'm looking to spend money, because I'm not, but it sounds like we have a mess. And I don't know, or we could have a mess.
But it does have an end in sight. Well, no, but I'm just saying, this is it.
Yeah,
You say mess, but we have a lot of confusion.
well, that's.
I'm
what
not sure is the, if you fully understood the implications of this, it's a messy policy. I think we have problems understanding what the policy is intending to do.
Yeah,
And I think John is right. I think we should start with an audit on who's getting what are they paying, under what situation.
and are we in fact treating people different?
That comes down to terminology. If Cindy DeBrango is getting 100% benefit and paying 20% to get that, and not getting assessed an employee contribution, is she being treated differently than Dick Bishop, who was getting 100% not contributing and having to pay an employee contribution?
That's the point.
So, are we treating Cindy differently, or are we saying that people who have to make a contribution toward their level don't have to make a contribution? There's nowhere in the policy that says that. But nevertheless,
So what's the plan to get out of this?
I think we ask Mary Ann and Michael to do an audit on who's getting what and who qualifies, existing employees right now, who qualifies under A, B, and C. And D. A D being
But
after 2011, you don't get it.
But it sounds like A, B, C, and D are being interpreted differently.
So they are, but I think what you're saying at this point is you've got to get the one to kind of get a sense of what's been going on from both standpoints. And then two, you got to figure out, because we need that direction too,
Yeah.
which interpretation is going to apply. Now, you can create a policy and adopt that going forward, but that doesn't necessarily make the people that are paying what they're paying right now happy. On either side, I don't know, but, so that's the question for us. We need direction ultimately, what are we gonna do with this?
And I think the audit is really two-phase. First of all, we're talking about the existing employees. And that's not how they're being treated. Was they hired before December of 96 or after 96? Were they hired before 2011 and whatnot? So that's simply a breakdown of that. And then you look at the employees who are getting a retiree health benefit. How did they get that? And what's the conditions of that as far as employee contribution or not? A percentage of the benefit or not, and so on. So once we get that information and get it in front of us, we may say, the easiest thing to do here is to do this, and it impacts the fewest people. It's something that we can tolerate, it clarifies the policy, and maybe we can take out like B, if Julie's right, we can take B right out of the policy.
Well, so really, this is only people before November 1, 2011.
Correct. Yeah. But that's a number of people. That's,
Do we have a plan to move?
can we just direct Michael to do audit on the existing employees and whether they fall in this ABC category? C, the employees who have retired and getting a benefit, what is their their situation? And as far as contributions, benefit level contributions and employee contributions, what's that? And then let's just see where we are.
Is that, I mean, you're gonna be tasked with doing that, is that?
We know what you want, I think, right?
I'd like clarification on whether eventually the policy, there's a plan to rewrite the policy, or if we're just trying to interpret what's here.
I think we're gonna rewrite the policy again.
Yeah, I think you should grandfather up until whatever and then rewrite the damn thing.
Well, yeah, but I think before we can rewrite it, we need to know.
Okay,
I think, I mean, we can rewrite this today, but I don't know if it would be fair.
Right.
We could rewrite it so it impacted adversely too many people. If we had simply done it a different way. So once we know what the situation of each employee, active or retired, is, then we can decide to what extent we want to modify the policy. I can tell you that not come want to go back and say to Cindy, we're not doing away with those people, and you no longer get your insurance under C. We're not going to do that. I mean, we can't have offered that, they retired, they're getting it, and all of a sudden we pull it out from under them. So whatever happens, Cindy's going to have to continue to receive her benefit level as it exists today. And whether or not we want to assess an employee contribution to her is the decision we'll have to make. If we're going to make it consistent for everyone.
Well, I guess that's hypothetical till we know what. Is that clear enough direction?
Yeah, to get the information that way, I think.
What about, is there disagreement? If I get the information, and then with that information, we're gonna, because obviously there's at least two different ways this is being interpreted. Do we need an opinion on what this says, or no?
Even if you individualistic, unless it's on hold, you want it in.
Well, I'm not advocating anybody, I'm just,
Let's see what we have from information.
Before, can we expect some kind of communication on the county side? This is where we're headed, and we're gonna discuss it, here this day. I wouldn't have known about this if not for Julie reaching out. So, I mean, as it affects people, can we expect, this is where we're headed, we're gonna discuss it at this meeting, so we know to be here if we want input or whatever.
An agenda item, is that sufficient?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
We'll clarify that we're talking about retiree health benefits.
Well, I mean, that's what it says right there on the agenda right now. So,
Yeah.
I mean, are you looking for us to reach out to all?
If you're
eligible
interested in this,
people,
read your
or-
agenda every 2 weeks to make sure you understand. what
Yeah, that's fine. It would be helpful to have the information, whatever Michael or Marianne finds that you're gonna be considering ahead, so that we can also know, be in the know what's going on.
is the agenda packet posted? When you send that out, the agenda packet, obviously you're gonna have some sort of report of that audit.
Yeah, presumably.
How would you share that with participants?
That's the problem.
So if we do-
Well, I mean, that's the issue, unless we have a specific request, or we go back and try to determine who this might impact, is what we're doing to a degree, but I mean, if we miss somebody or, you know, I mean,
How impractical is it, and how permissible do you think it is that if we said to existing and retirees, existing employees and retirees, once you see this agenda item, call Michael and ask for the reference material that goes with it.
Yeah, but he can't send out somebody's personal information, like, I'm gonna pick on you, Pat, because you asked the question. He can't put in our packet Pat's information, can he? That's like,
What is there about Pat's information that isn't public access? For example, his hire dates, his retirement dates.
That's
his
it.
Insurance level, his contribution. I mean, that's all public information.
I mean, all I have is his name and his hire and retired date to apply it to this.
But what I'm
Yeah.
looking, what I'm hoping to see is that I see on a certain, report, Pat's name, the fact that he retired on this date or something, that he gets 100% with no benefit level contribution and pays an employee contribution equal to this amount.
all of that's public information.
Well, that's why I say, how much you feel is, how comfortable?
well, I mean, how specific do you want this to be? Because to me, you can get the information and have the information, but not necessarily have a name attached with it. And
Yeah,
that actually in some ways is better because then you're not basing it upon who's in the room.
Right.
You're basing it on, here it is, you know, we're not throwing people's names around,
Yeah.
we're not, but you're just looking at, we know we have 8 people that are qualified under this, that are paying this, 6 people this, 2 people this, so on and so forth. So I mean, you tell me the level of detail, or us, the level of detail you want.
well, I would rather not have any names attached to it because that just, I don't
Get
need
your
to know
pseudo
that.
names.
Yeah,
Put Mr. X and then Mr.
yeah, I
X
don't
equals
need
this
to
guy
know
over here.
that.
Put Banyan.
Banyan one, Banyan two.
Well, probably that works. Sometimes you don't care who it is, but you care what it is, and you don't know what it is, but you know who it is. So I think maybe we start with that, Michael, but it could be that we're going to need to know who this, one of these 3 people, is one of these 3 people employee X? And so I don't know.
I mean, obviously, we'll have to know who they are, so on that certain level, before we water that down, we'd have to have that detail. And if asked.
So Pat's question was, is there gonna be some communication? I don't think that we should be tasking, Michael or Mary Ann or anybody else with reaching out to individuals.
I don't think it's their
Specifically.
responsibility to contact the employees. I think it's the employee's responsibility. If you see the agenda items on there and you want the documentation that goes with that, to contact Michael and get it.
As long as you're gonna give Michael the permission to
Well,
share it, then I'm great
That
with
would that would take the responsibility of Michael, making sure he got, he got it to everybody, but
Well, what would be nice is that, I know I'm getting way off topic, but that our entire agenda packet should be on the website so everybody can review it. Hopefully we'll move to that eventually, but we just gotta make sure the agenda packet is complete, and when Pat asks for it, he should get an email as the agenda packet.
so at this point, we're gonna get to a new audit.
Yeah.
Retirees and existing employees, and we're going to leave it up to Michael to how comfortable he is to give out information by request of existing employees or retirees only. For the time being. It's the existing employees and retirees' responsibility to notify Michael and ask for that information. We okay with that? John? Yeah.
Well, that's the agenda. Anything else that we need to address on this subject? I know I sort of cut out, there's a lot more people who want, are there other people that want to say anything?
I think they just wanted you to see their faces.
Okay, can we move on, or Michael, you have the direction you need.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, we're ready to move on? Okay, community benefit grant application and process.
The application that you have, gentlemen, it was designed from the original grant application that we did a couple of years ago. And I redesigned it a little bit, but what I did is I asked for information in the application that would help us score the application later. So if there was information in there that didn't have any effect on scoring, for example, give us a list of all your board of directors members, you know what I mean? I took that out. And if there was something in here, there's something in our scoring process that we needed information from the applicant, and I added it to that. And so this is really the product of that process.
That was not in our meeting docs, right? Do I have that right?
Yeah, this is in the.
It's in the binder.
The reminder. I think it's good. It's concise.
Yeah, I looked at.
You look at, I was interested, John, because you had used this before, whether or not you had any suggestions for. David, glad that you took out.
Yeah, just stuff in there about how often we've been granted funds in previous years and all that. How that stuff's taken out, which is great.
Okay, so we're ready to take action on that? Michael, you,
Yeah.
you didn't see, you didn't point anything out in the memo?
As long as the commission's happy with it, I mean, I think it's everything that you discussed last time, Bill just went ahead and made the changes for us, so.
So if that's the case, I'm going to move to approve the community benefit grant application and process as presented.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded, and are you being specific to 2024, or you're? No, in your motion, right? We know that. Okay.
I just noticed though in my motion, the other issue is the process. That is the scoring sheets. So we're also approving those, and you don't have those in your book. So we want to approve today just the application, should we come back again and talk about the scoring sheets? Are you okay with, we talked about the scoring sheets last time.
Yeah, we did.
Are you okay with that, John? Yep. You okay with the scoring sheet? So we can approve the application and the process, which includes the scoring sheet.
Well, last,
Say that the, like our amount available, that's contingent upon the budget.
We're not gonna publish this thing anyways, I feel, right? So if it turns out that we don't get enough and we have to reduce this to 60,000, we just change the application.
okay, but last time when we talked about the scoring sheet and this application, the only question was this application. There was nothing brought up with the scoring sheet. In fact, I thought we agreed on the scoring sheet. We may not have taken action on it.
But if you feel that way, then we can, because we still got plenty of time to change the scoring sheet if you see something later. We're not going to publish this thing for next year. So my motion stands to approve the application and the process as presented.
That's what you second. Yeah, so it's moved and seconded. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
So unanimous. Okay, budget review. Do we want to take a little break? Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break or 5-minute break. Ah.
One way to
And encourage it.
Oh my God, I've had a coffee this morning, I was swimming, I had iced tea, all of it.
All sorts of water, right? Or fluids.
Yeah,
I can see everybody else.
yeah, exactly. Including ourselves.
That's what HR is supposed to do.
Yeah.
But we already did, I'm doing it really well. Every time I come up with a policy, I'm showing somebody.
Oh, that was great.
It's his update.
It's just the structure of it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I just keep reading it and I keep being, this is the way it's different. But I don't know that because you can put anything, but. I truly, I not have an email from Washington telling somebody. Where I
Yeah.
exactly.
And the guys are all getting a little consumed downstairs, like, my child's got.
Good for you.
Yeah.
It's nice to actually have a meeting.
Well, yeah, of course. Well,
Yeah, I
we'll get
mean,
there.
And I
Or,
know, in a lot of it, it's not just
Nice to
like
meet you.
4 or 5
There you go, I dropped a packet
Cost
off the business one time.
of increase of.
Oh, and I,
Yeah.
wait, was I?
But
You were there, you're on the back off.
Oh.
Washington.
Yeah.
They've-
Huh? Sorry, sir.
No,
His
and you apologize for pushing
mileage
about 3 minutes,
up there,
take my time up
where
there.
they're
Oh, okay.
reimbursing us down here.
So,
So,
boy, we've
I mean,
been
that
nuts.
shot.
I just couldn't get over where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Ours is just.
Oh, really?
Eric
Yeah.
told me Thursday, told me Monday that if they had 3,000.
That is what it is, man. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
I felt like there were 3,000 people going down my road one day. Tell you that much. There was, my road was really
Well, that's
busy.
perfect weather.
At least,
Oh,
I
yeah.
know.
No, we.
We, if
Couldn't have been
anything,
any better.
I'm gonna say under, but I'm sure it's under. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
there's no way to.
I remember one year they cut. The office supply.
When you think of what,
It
Huh?
is awesome.
when you think of quiet down?
After Columbus Day.
What do you do?
They were coming around,
And the,
they were coming around to other departments,
Well, we have-
buying, begging, we would give them boxes
That's
of
what the
paper.
cruise ships are all done too.
It's ridiculous.
I'm not kidding you,
They're not, they're here. They're gonna
Yeah,
be
I
waiting.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
this
think
is-
anybody
it isn't
knows what's
even-
happening.
Really?
I think it's like the last one is October
It's just-
31st.
Yeah.
You can't.
Which,
you
which
can't
I wanted to
force
think
like
of
that,
was
and
it's
that's
gonna
what
snow.
it is.
It should snow.
We would like, you know, every department once a month,
Well,
would
you
give them a
should-
box of paper.
I mean,
But
we've had some pretty big
how
snow
sad
on
is that?
October
Because then it
31st.
just impacts your budget.
I remember when
Where
it
did
snowed.
that save in the long run?
I used to wear, I used to wear,
That's
I had to
crazy.
wear like a snowsuit.
Wow. Well, that's not, that doesn't make sense. I'm already getting. Yeah, give it time, I'll get it, we'll get it.
They're in the honeymoon phase.
Yeah, right. But yeah, that's true too. Yeah, that's true. It's still the
You're in the
first
honeymoon
year.
phase. Yeah, we've been divorced a long time.
Well, and your budget's way big.
Oh, yeah.
Way bigger. So that's under.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't have just one account.
Right.
I have 2, 3, well, I have 4 in the budget. And I have 3 more that are affected by the budget, money in, money out. So I don't really put the budget together. So I've got 7.
Yeah.
There's so much paperwork.
I was gonna say, I don't know a lot about them, but I knew somebody that was very good at writing them and very successful.
Well, it's like, you know, one person brings it to the board.
Right. Then
We don't have a way of pausing the recording.
Is Cindy still on?
She is, I have to unmute.
Yep, yeah, I had to unmute.
Oh, how have you been?
I have been good. I just sent you an email and said, you did so good. I'm so happy you're up there.
Awful good to see you again.
It's good to see you too. You know, I loved that job more than I loved almost anything. So it's really nice to be able to sit here and participate a little, and it's very nice.
When you guys gonna move back to Maine?
I wish I'd do it in a minute, in a millisecond, but unfortunately, my husband doesn't like the cold.
That's a good follow-up.
But
Nice seeing you again, Cindy.
you too, Billy. You guys have a great day. I'm gonna stay on a little longer and listen to the county administrator's office comments and what your suggestions are for future. But it was really awesome to see you, and it's very nice to see you guys in action. You seem very cohesive and work really well together.
I can tell you, Cindy, after all the years I've been here, whatnot, this is one of the finest boards as far as getting along and getting stuff done, and you know, we're, it's, in fact, I was thinking about retiring, but I'm thinking if Paul will run again, I'm gonna run again.
But you know, it was so funny because when I was talking, I almost said, I can remember when they took the county commissioners off health insurance upon retirement because they were considered part-time elected officials. And Joe was not on the bench at the time. And when he came back, boy, was he mad.
Okay, we're ready to get going again? Chris, you got it back on? Okay. So we're on budget review. First up is Department 2 and EMA update. We ready for that?
Is it just a
So it's just the one line item. Do you want to explain quickly the,
Couple thousand, right, book, huh?
So what is the one change?
The utilities telephone,
Expenditures?
yes, only on the expenditure page. And it's EO2 15-100 for EMA, yeah.
15-100.
Yes, the utilities. We had a misunderstanding of how Andy Sankey was interpreting the line to work, and he had it 0 on there because they have a net 0 at the end of the year. They have expenses, they get fully reimbursed through the grant process. So therefore, I understood that there should be nothing charged to that line because he had it 0 for the 2023 budget.
When there is actually an expense,
Yes.
we're just being, okay,
Reimbursed.
So that
So
makes
we had to add an expense amount for the telephone.
So why wouldn't we show a revenue?
We
do,
do.
we, in the grant.
It's all because it's grants. It's all through grants. It's not regular revenue.
Where's the grants?
It's in 8, Department 8, in the Fund 8 for his HSGP.
8 gets the revenue and E&A spends the money.
Yep, we have to have an expense line to show the expense, and then then the money gets reimbursed to the
county to pay for it.
to the grant.
I guess so. I don't quite understand how that.
Andy Sankey should be here.
Well, in there is some nuances to his department.
Yes.
that Nobody else has, so let's just accept
Okay.
Monica knows what she's talking, we don't.
Okay, so that was the update for that one.
Yes.
Okay, put a check mark there. Department 3, District Attorney update. Sorry to keep you waiting.
I think as some of you are aware, after we submitted our proposed budget a few weeks ago, I learned that I always wanted to look back into getting our full-time investigator that we used to have in my office. My understanding was that was a grant-funded position. That information was incorrect. It started as a grant-funded position, and the county took it over. Once I learned that the county had assumed the responsibility for that cost, I immediately asked Mr. Parker if we could explore what those costs were and put it in an updated budget request for a full-time investigator. And the investigator was employed during the public regime, part of the Economic regime, and then was discontinued under Matt Foster. So it's particularly critical at this point. We now have the state police. We're not taking complaints. And it's very difficult, and there's no reflection on the sheriff's office. But if we need immediate action on an issue, like I had this morning in Washington County, we don't always have deputy there. Traffic accidents, more vehicle stops, what search warrants.
Their day-to-day duties.
Their day-to-day duties. I can't pull somebody in. I have no authority over that department. If we had a full-time investigator, I could have the investigator go deal with our issues that are immediate. The other problem we have is in, I'd say, roughly 50% of our domestic assault cases, we're finding that it's not unusual for the victim a number of days after they realize their husband has been arrested and is no longer in the household. They become very forgetful about the events of that night and want to recant, and the cases go away. Those are situations where an investigator is very helpful to come in, develop a relationship with that victim, explain problems with that, and take off from there. The deputies don't have time to invest that kind of resources, given their caseload that they're handling. So these are all issues. I know Commissioner Clark's familiar with this program.
I gotta tell you that one of the biggest benefits I saw with Steve being in the DA's office was internal affairs investigation, in the sheriff's department and jail. You can imagine how difficult it would be sometimes for a detective to investigate a patrolman that he's been working with every day, perhaps socially as good friends. And you can see how difficult it might be to have to investigate him and be objective about their investigation. We found that when you could remove that, by going to the DA's office and asking the DA's office detective to do that investigation, it really improved, I won't say the quality, but it improved the ability of the investigator to be objective and do the job. So that was one of the benefits I saw with having. Monica, have you changed the employee cost to represent these?
Yes.
So these employee costs, FICA and everything is been increased for
Yes.
And the rate of pay for that cost, is that like detectives?
I think Ms. Parker probably addressed that. These are the figures I received from his office.
So we plugged in the detective level equivalent at the sheriff's weight based on the new contract. And I think it was what, C level, so 12C was it? Or
14C.
14C, sorry. So, yeah.
And that's, Mr. Ranger, that's reflected, or probably Monica, where is this new position?
It's 0301-142. We put in a line just for the payroll.
The fourth line down at the top.
Investigators, investigator.
I'm in the wrong place.
You don't have that.
I don't have that in my book.
I got you here.
You don't want to
She's making a copy.
Oh, that's why I was confused when I was studying this morning. I was like, oh. So this page,
The investigator cost,
okay,
and there's the vehicle
okay, that makes, those numbers, okay. Now I'm less confused, okay. And Mr. Granger, this, oh,
High-tech people.
I won't have any trouble with that multi-faceted.
They run together.
Put the whole bunch.
There's that relationship.
Can't run without the other.
So, because I wasn't here when you had an investigator, that person works for your office, has nothing to do with the sheriff's office. Totally independent, not part of the bargaining unit, he's an employee of the, he or she is an employee of the district attorney's office.
Correct, but they had some affiliation with sheriff's department, so I believe they had a sheriff's department radio.
Yeah, and I think they had a cruiser
Yeah,
too,
a
didn't
cruiser.
they? Didn't we supply the car for them?
Guess so.
I think we did.
They got the authority though under the AG's.
I think it came from the attorney general's office.
Yeah.
was my understanding, the criminal investigation.
And of course, the radio whole thing is with RCC, it's not with the sheriff anyways, so.
Well, that's in case he needs help or.
You know, but I mean, it's like another agency though. I mean, it's that's not difficult.
Those aren't hurdles. And then they, he's tasked with your work as
Correct.
opposed to,
Yeah, they're not out on patrol,
Yeah.
they're following up on ends that we need to have addressed for prosecuting cases. Situation in Commissioner Clark's recollection regarding IAs, internal affairs issues. Some of these small towns, Goldsboro, they don't have the resources to do an IA. If they have an issue that comes up, like that. I mean, we've got a couple small issues that have landed on our desk. I've got no one to send to investigate. So I don't know how we can handle it.
okay, so that's the change.
Correct.
So that brought,
Was the intern, that was in there last time, right? You wanna-
yes,
That's not, that's not a
Yes, the
change.
intern was there before.
so that's a budget impact of,
Little over 120,000.
How could that be?
Because some of the costs, well, there's the 66, almost close to 130.
Where's the other 66?
66 for the employee, 60 on, under maintenance for the rate, the cost of the radio, vehicle, training and supplies. We just haven't broken it out
Yeah,
yet.
so essentially what I did is I contacted Sheriff Kane and said, as part of our discussion, you know, had he heard about this or talked with, you know, the DA about it, but then two, you know, what would it cost to outfit somebody in his department with the assumption that, again, the county's gonna be on the hook for most of that. The one issue that we did include money towards is obviously a vehicle as well, but there's no discussion or understanding at this point that there may be leftover ones. And from what I understand, there's not a lot of good leftover stuff anyway, but whether or not the county could give them a vehicle to start with or not. So I mean, obviously this stuff right now is subject to change depending upon how you tell us you want it structured. But
And I don't think that the $60,000 figure cost is an annual.
no, a lot of it's that initial,
That's just the
you know,
initial.
uniform, equipment, you know, if they have a gun, I mean, ammo, whatever.
Typically, they don't have uniforms, just that usually just a protective clothes, coat, tie.
I'm assuming you're gonna give them clothing. Go buy them
I think that was
something.
factored in. They would be armed.
What's the total amount? 250? It's insignificant. It don't cost.
but the point is, that's not figured in here.
It's in the bottom line. If you go further down, I mean, we just haven't broken it down more because we had no idea how you're gonna respond.
Okay, that's,
All under maintenance and repairs, it's line 20 dash.
yeah, radio, vehicle
Yes,
training.
yes,
Sorry to be so green, and that's why there's
I
that. 60.
apologize. Yep.
Yeah. Okay,
We understand what you want.
Okay.
yeah.
We won't make a decision on that today.
We
Well, at least we have the,
Possibilities of getting money from the other county.
But that's the other issue is, depending on how you want to look at this, it's always possible I could go for Washington County Commissioners and seek funding for the county. I just don't know where we're at up there.
well, it seems, because because you can't separate the work between Hancock and Washington very easily, right? This
Right.
investigator would presumably be,
The station that my envision past it in the station in Ellsworth. The other difficulty with traveling like that is a mileage budget. I don't envision them being in Washington County.
Steve didn't spend any time in Washington County. He didn't designate any of his to Washington County cases or, you know. So that separating this investigator from Washington County was not a problem back when Steve was here.
okay, but my guess is if you saw that happening, that you had to utilize that person, there would have to be an MOU or through the budget or something.
I think it would, in following years, depending on how it went,
Yeah.
we could approach Washington County. Look, we need this, have this need in Washington County as well to allocate percentage of usage between the counties. But again, Detective McFarland was basically up to his eyebrows in work just here in Hancock.
That gets a slippery slope too with, they're only gonna pay 20% of this detective. Is he spending more than 20% of his time in Washington County? It's, you know, it's, just keep it clean.
Thank you.
If I could just real quick, I will let you know, I did reach out to the administrator for Washington County and did make the official request for the budget. I still haven't received anything, but they did call me like the morning of a Wednesday when I was out of the office and said, can we meet today? And I'm like, well, I'm out of the office, so probably not. And the only time they could meet again, because I guess the treasurer is only down there certain days, would have been today during our meeting. So I still haven't had an opportunity to meet with them to discuss the budget, but I made a request, but I still haven't received it.
They won't just send you the.
Well, that's what I asked for, and they said they would, but I still haven't received it, so.
That's
That's
that's a postage stamp.
Yeah, it's a public. So,
There's I think Thursday, I think there's a meeting on the budget up there before the commissioners.
Well, do you have a copy of the Washington County
I don't have that.
DA's budget?
and at the time, they couldn't give me the current one, because apparently they probably hadn't completed it at that point, because I talked to them right after we had this last presentation, a couple of 3 weeks ago. So,
That one's still a work in progress, but I can get you whatever I have.
Well, just work with Michael between the two of you.
but I just want to know, we had tried to make contact with them, had made the request.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Department 6 maintenance update.
Only the expense,
Just what,
only the expense side,
this is in the blue, Monica,
yes.
just the two and skill maintenance and part-time. That's the only two issues.
One went down. Part-time went down.
Well, it
slightly.
also affects the regular.
The regular budget, yeah, as well. Needed them broken out of that.
Took the custodian crew leader, put him back in regular and replace him with the skilled maintenance position and reduced the part-time figure by 13.5.
Yes, 13.5.
And also they worked in the expenses, employee expenses side. The, that figure includes increases for this position as well, I think. Although I will say the increase is not solely due to this position because other wages went up as well, and so forth. I think we've made, I don't know what the net is on this. And that total increase, but
Dennis, refresh my memory.
37, 36, 37.
so 37,000 this year for these, with the combination of adding the position and reducing other lines. Everything else that I could has been flat. To make room for this.
So in 24, you're gonna add a regular employee.
Yes.
Okay, so we're trying to figure out where that extra 50,000 is coming from. And the changes you're proposing today, what's the net
37,000 is the net
less
increase.
increase?
Yeah, and you get that by subtracting the 63, 66 and the 13,500 from the 50.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
And again, as I've stated, I see this position necessary to try to stem the tide of the changes that are coming and the loss of our inmate health will really reach critical mass with that. And the jail is, well, great example. We're doing all the lighting job of the jail today, yesterday and today. And it's gonna be hopefully decrease the number of smash bulbs that we have because we're taking a two-pronged approach, a new fixture, LED fixture, but we're pre-installing dimmer switches in each of these so that we can take the lumens meter in and set each one of these units at the minimum standard. And hopefully prevent the inmates from smashing these. It's gonna be a tough job to smash these guys on half-inch lenses. But with this position, that light goes out today, we can have it fixed tomorrow. You know, so it makes that happen by the inmate more fruitless as well.
I've asked this question so many times that, is there no end in sight for, you know, getting inmate help again?
Yeah, at this time, both the sheriff and the jail administrator saying, no.
Because of state?
No,
We
just
don't have any sentenced people.
we foresaw this.
Yeah.
When COVID came along, there was a drastic attempt to reduce the inmate population by home confinement, probation, whatever you could do to get them out of jail. Well, after 2.5 years of COVID, we started getting back to normal. These advocacy groups out there said, well, if you could have done it for 2.5 years, you could do it forever. And there's still some of that going on today. So they're not getting people sent to jail.
Right. And the
But you're still-
population is way up, but no one up there is eligible because they've either got pending charges or outstanding appeals or other litigation that
They're not sentenced.
right, they're not serving their sentence.
So we've just switched from, we haven't altered the population, it's just the type of population.
Unfortunately, our population,
The population is up, but the problem is it's 95% pretrial.
Right, none of them is eligible.
You know, and the court system right now is so drastic that the DA's office is only getting 3 terms of criminal court in next year. And the term is only, what, three weeks at best.
at best.
So he's gonna get 9 weeks of criminal trials. That's it for the whole 52 weeks. And everybody in that jail is being held on criminal offense.
And that's if they have pending charges or appeal, they have to wait till the next cycle to be heard. And they kind of craft it that way because if they spend their time here, they don't have down one.
And we have to pay for it.
Exactly right.
So you can hold a murder suspect in the county jail indefinitely. But you can only hold a sentenced inmate. Is it still 9 months?
9 months, anything, 9 months in a day, they go to a state facility.
So what happens is that if the inmate stalls the process on a 2-year sentence, it stays up there for, you know, for the equivalent of 1.5 years minus good time, then he gets time served, kicks out the door, doesn't have to go to state prison. They're playing that game. And it's easy to play because they can't get to trial anyway. So
The system's so jammed that even frivolous claims or appeals are held up in that way.
Okay,
So that we have workforce to deal with it. And hopefully this will be part of the answer. And as we expand our operations, we'll be in a better position to deal with that as well. So,
well, that's one of the things I'm worried about is, as we talk about, expanding, what that's gonna.
yeah, we still don't know exactly what that's gonna.
Yeah.
From a staffing perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Next up is Department 10, the Sheriff's Department.
Hopefully you got a chance to read that kind of recap that I gave you, just to get a rough idea, maybe that will answer some of the questions, or maybe generate some questions that you have. And before we start, yes, I know what I have proposed is slight increase. But we based what we have here on the new contract costs and the anticipation of the Maine State Police being completely gone, and complaints.
Is that's a done deal?
Pretty much.
The lieutenant told us it would be in effect January 24th.
Yeah.
So it ended. Problem. Much like jail, we've got a similar problem. That is that we don't have a limited amount of funds to provide the level of protection the sheriff says he needs. It's about only one cap. So I'm not sure what we're going to do. I mean, the sheriff's increase from last year from 23 to 24 exceeds the LD cap.
Just me, right?
More, you're exceeding it more than, the cap. And that's not in giving anybody else any credit or any consideration for their increase. So I don't know what the answer is, and I think it's going to be a combination of two things. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna get my butt kicked big time if she sees me, but it's gonna be a combination of, he's gonna have to stop providing deputies for contracts, town contracts. And he's going to have to tell some people we're not coming. We're just gonna have to cut the service that we provide. And so
What I don't understand is we're providing coverage to places where we don't have town contracts. So is the answer more town contract?
no, the answer is less.
Excuse me.
Does Stonington, the amount of revenue you get from Stonington, is that pay for one full-time deputy? The revenue is equal to,
We build up. Yes.
Where are you, Bill?
I'm just,
Department 12.
I'm probably right. So we're looking at Stonington revenue for 24, $90,000.
Yeah.
$90,000. Does that cover the full cost of that deputy?
If you're talking salary and benefits, yes, but then when you start, if you look at.
Yeah, look at.
We're jumping ahead, yeah. And if you'll see that the revenue and the expenditures in Department 12 equal. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here. We did not factor in that when those figures are put together. Traditionally, we build into that cost, the cost of replacing 2 vehicles over the period of 4 years. So what we traditionally had built in $20,000 to $25,000, so that at the end, at that time, the cost was say $50,000 a car, we could replace it. We didn't build it in here. My question was going to be to you, gentlemen, with that very large increases to these town contracts. Do you want us to build that $20,000 or $25,000 in there, which is going to increase the hourly cost?
Well, I think we have to. Either that or we're not gonna be able to provide it on an ongoing basis.
First of all, it should be 25,000 a year.
I think it's what we transferred.
What it has to be.
22 or 3 or something.
We're gonna get 5 years out of the vehicle. That was that house, that was the agreement, that's what we understood.
Yeah.
And $60,000 for a fully equipped tower. 5 years is $12,000, so it's not $25,000.
Times two.
Times two.
Times two. That's two vehicles for the two town contracts.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we were talking about one town.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm talking totally.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's absolutely right there.
You know, and just throw another piece into that, Commissioner. We really gotta get Maine County Commissioners lobbying in Augusta and doing a better job to get some of that funding. Yeah, I know, we got a better chance finding Santa Claus. I know. You know, I don't wanna talk out of school, but we've gotten more help from Maine Municipal than we really realistically have gotten from Maine County Commissioners. It's frustrating. Mary Ann Lamar, our executive director, does so much work that should be done for the Maine County Commissioners should be done. So, but I cannot disagree with what you said, Commissioner, at some point.
And I know we're jumping ahead here, but why is Tremont 187,000 because it's doing
They have more hours. They have more shifts a week.
twice as many? I mean, that's twice, 89,000 times 2 is 188,000.
They get 45.5 compared to 3 7.5 hour shifts. 21, 24 hours roughly they get down there. So they get almost twice as many hours down the Tremont.
Because there's hidden costs with these contracts that, for example, if during the contract they arrest a guy for drunk driving, whatnot, and he goes to court and whatnot, and the guy has to testify, they don't charge Stonington for officers. Are we still getting reimbursed for that?
Court time, yes. But the other piece too, you may have a DMV hearing before you go to court.
Right.
So you may have two sessions there. And another piece of that, with these costs increasing, we may price ourselves out of those town contracts anyways.
Well,
You know,
if we price ourselves out, where else can they go?
they can't,
They just settle for regular service like everybody else
Yes.
does.
they don't have any dedicated.
DRL doesn't have any contracts, so DRL, Stonington gets the same level of service as DRL does. So Tremont deputy works 23.5 hours, 22.5 hours.
Stony.
It's Stonington the other way around.
Yeah.
And he works 41 hour.
Yeah, six shifts a week in Tremont and 3 in Stonington.
Right, he works 41 hours, but he only works 21.5 and 22.5. So you get the benefit of him from the additional hours.
Always have. Yeah. Always have.
So if we voided that contract, kept that guy, we're gonna have to raise the entire limit.
And that's, again, you just hit on the key point that if those contracts go away, there's 2 people that are there. I like to think with the shortage of people and what we're gonna need, that we would. If you'll also see that, you're talking town contracts, you'll see Swan's Island, there's 0 in there. And I've had several conversations with Sunny, and at this point, what we are doing, because I don't have somebody out there full time, is we're putting them out as extra details. So people sign up for an extra detail, they go out on the first boat, say, for example, on Friday, spend the night in the apartment out there, work Saturday and come out the last boat on Saturday. So they get 20 hours of patrol time out there, but Sunny said come town meeting time in March, they'll probably be asking for, see if we can get somebody full-time again out there. But right now, they're satisfied with that, so that's why that's.
We gotta get that to show, I didn't mean to. Also, although, I can't get away from this, what is the plan now for the airport security now that John's?
We're gonna have to fill in with some of our regular staff. I'll probably be down there, Sean may still be down there some, and we have a couple, 3 part-time people.
Those are those saying, it's no security, no fly.
That's right. Well, with that, and that's the big caveat with that one. If you call in sick tonight, and you're supposed to be in Stonington, That's okay, we'll bump somebody and do it tomorrow night. Can't do that at the airport. You're gonna be there 7 days.
If you remember that, why? Thank you.
Well, we're at that one.
Let's get back to yours.
Yeah, so we're looking at revenues right now.
What account, are we going back to 10 or are we in 12? Okay.
We can split the difference.
Well, you know.
Pardon?
You know, should have provided tables for these people when you just.
Show you.
What revenue did we get from computers in the past that we're not getting there? What's the revenue there?
We build out,
Bill, can you come up here, please? So we
he has all the bits and pieces.
Sorry, in reference to the computers,
You don't
that
you don't
was,
have to stand up. Come on, just so-
that was net motion.
So you.
And Andy Sankey received a grant for the net motion. And that's being paid for the next 2 years to all agencies in Hancock County. That's why there's no revenue, because I don't need to bill it out.
The Sale County assets, was that the cruises we were selling?
Yes.
And you don't intend to get rid of any?
Well, I put 0 in there at this point because I don't know what we're gonna do about personnel. If we're gonna add personnel, I'll have to use some of those used cats. And speaking of that, the Tahoe we've been waiting for, the dog car, should be in Kennebunk. They're gonna drop it off there. We gotta get out and pick it up, so you'll be able to get that forward.
You guys waiting forever.
Yeah, they were gonna come in December.
Okay, so there's really nothing there. There's.
Your narrative, you talked about the 5% increase for you and the chief deputy.
What I did, and I discussed this with Mike, is that when we added that new lieutenant's line in there, and with the fact that we had some that are on the top of that scale, I proposed to him that we would go 5% above what the patrol lieutenant's top is for the chief deputy and 5% for me. Those salaries are in the range of 2 of the counties that border us now, Scott and Waldo County, certainly different in Washington County. But those salaries, and I know what you're thinking, and I know what you're saying.
Well, I'm not thinking anything, I'm wondering about, what is the gross salary for the highest paid lieutenant in 24?
So that was like 96, I think it was.
95, 914.
And what is 6% increase on the sheriff's, for the chief deputies?
I think we went, I'm sorry, we went 5 and 5.
No, but, yeah,
We went 5 and 5 because that's
yeah,
what.
you went 5 over something, some other figure though. I'm talking about 5% on the 23 pay rate.
91,413.
Yeah, 91,413 times 1.5, 1.05, sure.
What was it again, sorry?
So
5%?
we would have based it on the 2024 rate, so, because that's the budget we're working on, so we would have based it off of the highest paid lieutenant on 2024 scale,
Oh, yeah, that's what I was asking.
not the 23, so.
Did you want 5% or 6%?
Whatever that lieutenant is going to be paid in 24.
I think that's what I had, 95, 914.
I can tell you that.
Your question, Bill, is, no, this year's budget, 91,413 is what's there
For the chief deputy.
for the chief deputy.
Right. And
Okay.
He wants the chief deputy 5% above the highest paid lieutenant.
Okay, that's what I
We're
did.
trying to
96, 886,
96,
886.
and what's 5% of that, over that show?
101, 730.
4844.
Should be 101,730.
Yeah, which is what's there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Did you do it?
I just did it. 95, 983 times 1.05 is
730.
And so how did you end up with 106, Scott?
Because I put mine 5%.
Another 5.
And another 5, yeah.
And that keeps everything.
5% above the chief deputy.
Which, you know, for many, many years, it's never been that way.
I was just trying to make something so it would be consistent going along.
I like the consistency of getting just a couple bucks more than the chief deputy. Admin's based on Shell's actual for 24, right? Yeah. Your regular is 3 additional.
Yes, and out of that, I would promote a sergeant and a detective.
plus the 6%.
Well, wait a minute.
Whatever the pay scale is.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You're going to add a detective to the budget, right?
Well, I'd be hiring three deputies, promoting a detective, so the difference would be between patrol pay and detective's pay. Would be the increase.
1.153 equals the over 814,000 equals 3 new people,
Yes,
include 3 new people.
yes.
233 over 155 is an additional detective.
Is that what we figured, Michelle?
Where, I'm sorry, can you, the 155, 420 to 233, 332?
Yes.
Yes, that's 3 detectives.
So that's the 130 and 142 equals 4 additional new people, correct?
Oh, he said he's promoting.
No, listen, there's 3 people, Shell,
Yes, I'm listening,
yep, 1 point, in the regular,
Yep, 11533 is
Over
the
8
6%,
no.
6% of what your current, it's gonna, so you're gonna do your 6% for your current employees
Right.
plus 3 new,
okay, so there's
Positions.
3 in regular. And then there's an additional detective, so there are 4 people, how he makes a detective is up to him and whatnot, but this budget is the equivalent of 4 new positions.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
In the bigger picture, I'll ask this question. And then because of that, that's what filters down through the vehicles and all that.
Employee costs.
Yeah.
all those things.
Okay, I understand what you're asking for in your personal services and your employee costs. Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, I don't. Now, I'm gonna ask my question. The bigger picture, this exceeds LD1. This alone.
Well, I'm not prepared yet to talk about how much of this I want to support.
No, of course.
I want
We're
to
just getting an explanation now.
I want to
Yeah.
understand what he's asking for and what we're looking at.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to have another discussion.
Yeah, but what happens in that instance? We've got to make cuts.
Well, I'm fairly certain sitting here, Sheriff is not going to get everything he asked for. we're gonna have to cut the whole budget some of it because his task alone increased every one. So, you know, we're gonna have to figure out how to pay this thing down or something. I just wanna make sure we understand what's in here, what he's proposing before we start cutting. I'm looking fuzzy.
No, I'm,
You got that headache back?
I'm just, you know,
Michelle and I sat and did the same thing, shook our heads.
Well, today's meeting is basically just to.
yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just thinking ahead.
Obviously, with our personnel services, you've got the contract, the union contract, which gave us some signature.
Yeah,
So, you know, for instance, the overtime that we put that, you know, Mike and I and Scott talked about this, trying to come up with that overtime number was very difficult for us because we have a new schedule, the
yeah,
unknown with the state police,
yeah.
and then you have all these stipends.
And we've
So
got,
that was really hard for us to come to grasp with all these
The
stipends.
stipends being paid out of overtime?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, you think $1, except for your canine stipend. The canine stipend is coming out of the canine budget. So that was really hard. I mean, $1 here, $1 there, $2.50, that's.
and you look at some of these mandatory trainings that we have to have, we have a young group of them, we train firearms twice a year. We haven't had any active shooter training with a lot of the new guys, we need to do that. Roadblock and spike deployment training, we need to do that because the two things that are gonna get us in the mess the quickest are gonna be our firearms and our automobiles, those are deadly force. And the academy in their infinite wisdom has come up with MAC training, mandatory training, 1 hour online, 4 hours in the classroom or hands-on. And that is methods of restraint, arrest, and control. They just came up with that edict, so when you take everybody and you add a minimum of 5 hours overtime on top of that.
So you made a comment, it's just like a cannon off the where?
That's gonna be
That's not
Department
it.
46,
That's
it's
46.
in Department 46, drug task force when we get there.
Okay, we're ready to move.
Training is the same thing.
Well, I'm going down.
Okay,
Substantial jumping training, 07-600. If we fund new positions and they don't go and they have to go to the academy, that's a minimum of $3,000 tuition cost plus $1,200 worth of accessories that they have to have. Gun belts, uniforms, all of those types of things. They used to, 100 years ago when I went to the academy, they supplied that as part of your tuition. They no longer do that and had it for quite a while. Accident reconstruction training for deputies. And we're also gonna have DRE training, but we get reimbursed for that, correct? Yes. We do.
Why are you being charged electricity?
That is, we have an LPR, license plate reader up, and we need to have an account to pay for the monthly cost of that license plate reader. So we talked to Monica and we set up a specific account to do that.
where is that, that's a,
That's a new line under
Under
utilities,
utilities.
15
no,
dash.
no, but I mean, that's a piece of equipment that we have that's off-site.
It is, it's a license plate reader.
Can't tell you.
No, I just didn't know.
Let me tell you what it's been.
Yeah. You could tell me what it
It's not even.
Yeah,
Figure out how fast you came up here.
that's right. I just couldn't figure out why you would need a license plate reader here, that's why.
If we can move down, I would think, giving you 8 to 10 new cars in 23 that we could reduce, especially one of those Fords anymore.
I put the money in there that we had agreed upon, and we were gonna start building that up.
Yeah, because we're trying
Are
to
you
get,
talking about equipment repair?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, repairs.
Vehicle repairs.
Oh, God, repairs? Go
Yeah,
get
but
a,
you
bra-
got
get a brake job.
Or
They're gonna
tires.
cost
Those, the
$2,000.
brakes were, the brakes are not holding
on
up.
the Tahoes.
They're special brake pads.
Oh, yes, all these promises that we were gonna save all this money to buy Tahoes. Why don't we buy Ram trucks? I got 65,000, I haven't replaced my brakes yet.
It's about $2,200 for a brake job.
Yeah. What is it? $23,000 in equipment, just for tasers.
That should have had come in a packet that I sent to you. No, it's not just the tasers. When they we're gonna need a cruiser radio, portables. Now, the watch guard camera, Andy wrote a grant for us to send, it was one of those burn grants to replace all the cameras in the cruisers and body cameras. We don't know what the status, you know when they'll award those, Andy? No idea.
Indication at all.
No idea, but we submitted that before the 24th of last month, which was the cutoff date. The cameras are alone at $7,000.
that's the stuff for the Fordham people.
Some of it, we have some people that don't have spike strips now.
Michael, can I mention about the risk pool here?
Oh, sure, why not?
The,
I mean, I mentioned it to him briefly in my report.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
As we get to the liability and vehicle insurance lines for the numbered departments, we just found out yesterday that we should be expecting at least a 20% increase from this year to next.
Increase.
Yeah, in the amount of, yeah, instead of just this little 2 or 4% increase,
Really?
the rates are, they warned us yesterday, the rates are going to be going up.
Merry Christmas.
And hopefully it'll be half of that.
Yeah.
But they're given,
Even at half,
yeah, it's still bad, but I mean.
So that could be closer to 10% at
Some of
least.
those ones you shoot high, and if they get it down low, then everybody's like, oh, thank
So
God.
we didn't
We
even
spent
do
high.
8%.
And you feel good about
What's that
yourself.
based on?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's based on
So some of it is.
risk.
It's the risk, the initial, like, basically, we all submitted our initial, what we need covered for next year. So it's basically on the initial amount of value that's been recorded, you know, if there's changes in that impacts as well, but also just the current environment out there in the insurance market, which is horrible after Hawaii,
Yeah.
Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and what it's gonna hit in the next month. So there's a lot of reasons for them to say there's a lot of unpredictable.
So we just got that notice yesterday, so we didn't bother to update all these sheets.
so. Yeah, so that's gonna make a lot of this, especially this one, because we're talking so many vehicles. It's gonna make this one look even worse. I mean, you increased that by, it wasn't 20%, was it?
No.
Which one you talking?
The current increase on the liability and vehicle insurances, they only have
2.7.
4%.
Which email was that, Michael?
That was in the report, the finished, we can review report. of the-
Okay, that's right.
So it affects the sheriff's department, it affects the other departments at a smaller amount, a smaller degree. It affects the jail and the airport.
Are we moving down? What are we doing?
Yeah.
In your reserve accounts, firearm reserve, 6,000.
Mhm.
Over here in the comment section, it says something about 2 rifles, pistols, accessories. What am I looking at?
That was what was given to me by my firearms instructor, but we didn't increase that. We did not increase that one.
Wait a minute. Are you preparing next year to buy 2 rifles? Pistols, is that what you're saying?
Yes. But we did not increase that one.
That shouldn't come out of that reserve account. Reserve account should be money that you're going to reserve at the end of the year. If you have an expense that you're going to went to these.
That's where we've drawn it.
I know it.
Correct.
We tried to move that in the last few years, so any expense that you think you're going to do in the budget year goes into the line, not into the reserve account. At the end of the year should be put into a G account. You know, your.
Yep, I know. What you mean.
Okay.
So you want us to move that?
Well,
We'll have to figure out where we want to put it and identify it, obviously.
identified in your equipment account.
Yeah.
But that's where it could come from, so that. How much of that do you intend to reserve any of your firearm reserve account into a G account?
I think we should.
No, but do you have this, how much of this $6,000 do you intend to spend? You know,
Yes, based on the figures I have, all of it.
so, all right, so you're not gonna reserve any of this. So there shouldn't be any money in the firearm reserve account, because you're not gonna.
We'll put it in, just so that I'm aware of where you want to see it. You want to put it in equipment?
You,
Yeah.
Michelle knows where she
Public
looks
safety,
for.
public safety.
Okay.
Why did you get that?
Well, we've been talking the last 2, 3 years and whatnot, that if you intend to spend the budgeted money in the year that you raise it, it should go in an expense account, not into a reserve account. He's gonna buy $6,000 worth of guns and equipment, but he's put the money into a reserve account. It should go back into an equipment account. Because technically, at the end of the budget year, total sum of your reserve account should be transferred into a G account, correct, Monica?
Yes.
Right. So if you don't intend to reserve any of that money, you'll spend it the year it's raised, put it into an expense
Yeah,
account.
we can do that.
I don't have anything else. Like, was really, one or two, one.
Okay.
John's is that too, yeah. On here.
Stonington, right, town office?
Okay, so we gotta pick up speed.
Fine with yours.
Okay, jail cap,
Or do you want to move on to?
Well, jail cap, we increased it 4%, which is what the cap is.
Stay under tax.
That's all we have to do.
Yep.
That's done.
okay,
Why does it show though the number is 3.8%?
That's the spreadsheet. That's the spreadsheet. I calculated the 4%. And this is just how the spreadsheet calculates it.
The numbers. The numbers, the number.
The other thing, just so you know, the way that it was written the last couple of years, Department 24, the jail's actual expenses and revenues have been kind of, as I understand it, discussed at the same time, the cap given, but then you also have Department 24, that's what you have sheets on.
I think Jimmy's on here.
Tim's using Frank. Yes.
You have 24.
Behind 11. With 11.
Oh, yeah, okay. Is that what we're doing?
If you want to get through them all, yeah, you should.
Tim,
Yeah, there, you see there.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Live from Boston, Massachusetts.
There's nothing.
Tim, remind us again, how does the county tax cap get computed?
Seems to be a big choice.
Revenue,
The tax cap way I take is computers that we have based off your year prior to. And we're only allowed to go to LD.
4% is the max, it was 3. And part of the issue was there were several years here, other boards didn't increase it what they could increase. They could have increased it 3% and it was 0, 0, 0. So that digs a hole, and even at 4%, the 1% difference here, the added cost, the expenses, it's almost impossible to catch up. State had huge increase in their budget for corrections, Department of Corrections. And we're still have our hands out.
And then, of course, the rest of the budget needs to be met by the revenue side of the jail.
And we didn't factor in a vehicle either, did we, Tim?
We did not. I don't know how things are gonna go. We've used the money over the years for the new dryer and the new steam kettle in the jail. We've had to use the vehicle funds to pay for those, the reserve.
back in reserve, the revenues, what's the employee contribution?
Health insurance.
Yeah, health insurance is figured on their,
Oh, you
employee pays an X amount based on their salary.
It's the jail, everybody else,
Yep.
Employee contribution.
Employee contribution.
but the other budgets, Monica, they all go to the,
General.
nobody else shows a employee
There's
contribution.
a few other.
Like Department 12 does.
Yeah.
But that's probably so that there's a that's there for a reason.
Yes.
Show that cost.
Yeah.
I don't want to get too far ahead, but are you looking at the revenue now? Or
No,
you-
we know the revenue, we're looking at personal services.
Okay.
Your 7%, Tim, was based upon what the employees got in the contract, is that correct?
That is correct.
What's it mean when you say over to the comment section that only 4% was applied last year?
I did put that comment in. I think Michael put that in.
What's that mean?
Would have been a long ago. So, and it might have been a carryover from last year then maybe.
I think the increase last year was decreased from the 7%.
No, I think they got,
That comment may be,
Oh,
Oh.
there was a person short.
I'm sorry, that comment probably should have been, that part of the comment should have been deleted.
Okay,
That
so
was
that's-
probably from the
that's-
prior.
That's irrelevant.
Yeah,
That's-
yeah.
That's applied.
I don't think that has to do with the rate. I think that has to do with the total amount.
Well, it's an increase. So in other words, the contractual is up 7%
Yeah,
based upon the contract.
Yeah.
And the fact that it says only 4% applied prior year is shouldn't have been left in there. It was-
Well, I think it was there because the actual number only increased by 4% because he was a person short. Understand what I'm,
Yeah, I don't think that's could be the case because you wouldn't.
anyway.
Anyways. Good.
The rest of this is just the budgeted 5-year numbers as opposed to the actual, which is kind of scary.
Like right now, they're in Boston with the inmate right now. He and Shep have been down there since Sunday, Tim.
Excuse me, I get some background noise here. Go ahead.
You've been down there, down to, Boston General since Sunday, correct? You and Shep?
That is correct. We left at Ellsworth around 4 o'clock Sunday.
And be down there. We've got 2 people going down to relieve them.
Correct. They're here now. We're just waiting when we'll be making the swap here shortly. Shepard and I will be heading north in probably an hour.
Those kind of costs just, you can't plan on them and they just absolutely crucify you.
Those are medical costs or
Yeah.
something.
Yep.
There are other. This is just one of those that.
Again, we're gonna have to build in an increase on the liability insurance.
Tim, on your building maintenance and repairs,
Yep.
how much of that is plumbing?
This last year has been a lot, with fixtures wearing out, a lot of drain issues, which Dennis has been addressing. So a lot of it's been tied into plumbing.
What I'm suggesting is that we're probably going to approve some kind of a major renovation to your plumbing system up there.
Yep.
And I'm just wondering, can that reduce your maintenance and repair costs for plumbing under this line?
Yeah, we actually had that conversation because if they put grinders and such in, I mean, items being flushed that shouldn't be flushed is a lot of our issues. A lot of this
Sometime in the future,
movement's going to resolve that issue.
sometime in the future, can we reduce that 35 back to something, you think?
I sure. Yep.
Hopefully, okay, we'll remember that and we're looking at it again.
Yep.
So what I don't understand about this account, so. Isn't there advantages to us showing this budgeted account high? I mean, don't we want to make this as close to LD as what's allowed?
It is.
Yeah, it currently is because we've worked hard over the years to make it an actual budget. If things go right, this is what's going to cost to run our facility. If everything goes ideally, we have a lot of unknowns, which increases our, and then we get to explain at the end of the year why we have gone over. And Michael and I and Marianne are working on it now as we speak for supplemental funding, and the sheriff trying to gain some funding based on our actual expenses this year.
And our chances of that are probably next to nothing.
Well, we're still active. I have stuff to do when I get home today, to make sure I get the information to Michael, so he'll have that to handle as soon as possible.
What statewide effort to do that right now to get the legislature to approve?
But as in formulation of this budget, what you try to do is you try to go as high as you can to LD1, because if you don't, the increases in the next year is based on the budgeted amount, right?
And that's not, and that's not hard to do because the cost of running the jail is more.
Much higher.
And it's not the only one, it's the jail tax cap, which is the same effect, but nevertheless, that cap dictates how much money you're gonna have to run the jail. So if you made that $500,000 more than your revenue to run it, you're gonna show in the red because you're not gonna get revenue to cover the 500,000, so.
So, but my point is, why spend time on this? Because this is reflective of where we need to be.
If, well, it's really an administrator's job, whatnot. If, like, for example, we can say 5,000 in that line, Tim might be able to fund something he's had to cut out, that's all.
Okay.
You know, like I just said, we didn't budget for a vehicle. We're desperately gonna need transport.
Well, I see
So-
there's 10,000 in your reserve account.
Yeah, and I don't know how much we have in that G
20
account.
20,000 now,
This, and so we would have 30.
you have 30,000.
Well, plus whatever we reduce there,
You what?
plus whatever we reduce in that building.
No, in just for the reserve account line, vehicle line, 70-3.
Yeah,
We're adding 10,000 to this budget for cruiser reserve. There's 20,000 in the G account already.
so there's 30,000.
You'll have 30,000 in 24 available by vehicle.
Yeah. Plus anything else we can come up
Well,
with.
we'll trade something or sell it. But those vans, I don't know what they'll bring, quite honestly.
Are you able to buy vans anymore? You're not buying
Yeah,
vans?
we've had this discussion that realistically, we don't transport 3, 4, 5 people at a time now. Now it's usually 1 or 2 people. We go to the doctors, the dentist, you know, the clinic, whatever. So we could get something different. We may look at getting something like a Tahoe or something along those lines. Because we just don't have 5 or 6 people being transported at a time.
Okay, I don't see anything else in jail, do you?
No.
But I would just like to make a statement that I feel the expense side of the jail is, I have not inflated it in any way. It's just, that's what I feel it's cost to run a facility. We've worked over the years to find an actual budget. And that these are our actual numbers that I feel we need to operate a facility. If everything goes well, if we have no unexpected funds, or major catastrophes, I think we can stay within that budget. But I did not inflate it in any way to any smoke and mirror tactics.
Hey,
Just like this.
raise your right hand there, Richard. Yeah, I don't see that hand rise. Okay, Tim, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna be going packing up and hopefully be heading your way shortly.
Be careful.
Need anything? All right, thank you. Bye.
Only one coming north.
Okay, we got contracts next. This is easy because the revenue and the expenditure are dollar for dollar identical. That's all we need to know. How do you do that?
Well, the only thing that we could talk about here is, you know, do we need to attribute more of the cost of vehicles and that kind of stuff here? Right?
You want us to build some of that money to put into a reserve account, into that?
That was a question that we discussed earlier.
Well, I mean, if we increase, if we throw money in that reserve account, you're gonna have to find an equivalent amount in your revenue, right?
Yes.
It's really up to you.
But you'd have to put a lot of that in the
Yeah, well-
contract.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Increase the contract.
It's up to you. I mean,
Because we have existing contracts.
Yes. In the way we've always done it, we built in enough so that we can throw some in reserve each year to replace those 2 cruisers.
Okay. that's
is there
part of
still a
it.
balance? In other words, in the good old days, every month we pay our bills, and what was left over, they put into the reserve account
Wait till the end of the year now. We have to wait till the end of the year.
end of the year. Is there traditionally been monies left over?
Not much.
Well, I don't think we did.
No, we didn't do 2023 yet.
Do what?
There's,
For 2022 and 12, I don't think we moved anything.
There wasn't any money? Okay.
13?
Sole process.
Look, I lowered that back down, projected revenue, you see where we are right now, we're way down on papers and that's we had Harry McKinney, we're just not serving non-papers, and that was with, and, what's that?
It's court,
Yeah, it's part of it.
it's not enough civil days.
Increase the fees.
That's right, we had that county fee on last year, thinking that's what we projected our revenue, and Harry McKinney was in a couple of weeks ago, and he said even in Kennebec County, statewide, paper services are down. So, to try to be realistic, when I lowered it back down to 135, it would be better than. And really, I think the only change in there was I upped the vehicle reserve account $2,500.
Do you need a vehicle in 24?
It's gonna be close. I'd like to think I could get through that year, Commissioner, but
What it is?
46, you'll see that there's in the revenue side, I put $15,000 in reserve transfer. There's roughly $41,000 left in there.
Wait a minute, I didn't get through all this property.
Sorry. Oh, that's,
Okay, reserve account right
they
there.
transferred 15,000, there's currently just under 41,000 in there. We're trying to stretch that out and hopefully get some revenue this year from some adjudicating support cases. But that's what is in that reserve account. And you'll see on the other side, we really don't know, still we don't know what they're gonna be. The state is still negotiating union contracts, so we don't really have an official number when it comes to salaries and those types of things. And you'll see the K-9 line has gone up drastically, and that's because of the stipend in the new contract. Other than that, we're pretty well flatlined.
What's the value of the state increase?
1 hour per day, 7 days a week, and you got 2 dogs.
So
1 hour.
20, so $24,000
At their
increase.
regular pay rate.
Yeah, at their regular pay. And then going back to the drug task force agents, I spoke to a lieutenant last week. He's still, and I have been working with Maine Drug down in Augusta. They don't have any idea either. We're hearing anywhere from 3 to 20% pay increase for state police.
We know it's not gonna be 3.
But just remember too, with your agents, you have your supervisor is 100% refunded back to us. So whatever I bill the state, they're gonna give us 100% back the costs.
Why is 24 less than 23?
Because you only have, you have the agent, one of the deputies that we had down there, is no longer there. So we had when we replaced it, we have a cheaper,
At a lower rate.
lower rate. And then that deputy, it's the difference between his patrol rate and his state police rate that they will reimburse us back. The state will reimburse us for this. And we still have an open position down there.
Expenditures, Department 46.
If you look at the regular. This went down by $7. From 237 down to 224. See that?
Yeah.
Everything else, pretty much what it is. Then all you have,
All I have, gentlemen, I apologize for the numbers, but we'll figure it out somehow. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, animal control,
Maybe one there, or just sit here.
doesn't matter.
All right, so for animal control, basically, obviously, we only have about 5 months worth of activity. And this, most of this was based on 4.5 or so. Basically, what it did is one, taking, you look at personnel services, taking his $25 an hour rate and increasing it 3%, it's non-union like everybody else, so that would go up to 25, I think 75. And then basically, the other cost is estimating what the current mileage was on monthly basis or weekly basis and then multiplying that times to come up with those amounts. So these numbers are basically mathematically calculated based on what we've done so far. And presuming that the highest months of activity will likely be the summer months, so that hopefully, based on what we'd be seeing throughout the winter, you know, that would be a little bit less, but we're basing it on what we have there. And then basically on the revenue side, portion of it, I mean, I can make this equal if that makes you feel warm and fuzzy, but basically, I just calculated based on what I estimated for cost, but for town contracts, we have 10 towns right now at 2,500. So, I mean, that takes up a big portion of that, and then the remaining is what would be estimated for the hours that we are estimating or budgeting for the ACO if he was reimbursed.
Well,
Which will be of,
this isn't like town contracts where the numbers are gonna be identical.
Yeah, they don't
Because
have
you just simply get reimbursed for what you get. But, we get 2,500 from each town, and then we build an additional for every call,
for every hour and for the mileage.
for every hour they're devoting to their town.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Time, mileage plus 3%.
And then 3%.
Time and mileage plus 3%.
time and money, yeah, okay, so, are we somewhat protected from exceeding our revenue?
I mean, at this point, based on how this is working right now, yes. I mean, we're not, I mean, at this point, we're not close, I think, really based on, and we didn't even bill a full year's activity.
Right.
So, I mean, if there is no major change, then the way this is calculated is, yes, there would still be additional money in there, and even what we have budgeted right now, there's no way to know. Some of those may be less, and most likely won't be more.
Time mileage, 3% still doesn't cover the actual cost of, does it?
No.
With deductions and everything.
Well, when you go down through and figure out, I mean, this is based on plugging in that rate of 20 hours a week, Medicare and FICA and all that.
Because it's part-time, so.
The only thing, obviously, looking at here, I mean,
20 hours, excuse me, Michael, 20 hours a week though is just your average.
that's the base. What,
I mean, he's not getting.
some week, I mean, when I calculated out based on the first activity, I think it was like 19.45 hours. is the
Does he get
average.
20 minimum plus time?
And we don't guarantee it, so he's billing what he has.
He gets actual hours.
He did actual hours, plus we also built in, and especially in the beginning, he's been able to get closer to that 20 because he's had a lot of training time needed to get his certification. So that amount could actually go down, to be honest with you, if he's not having to do as much time on training or other routine stuff.
FICA workers comp, I mean, that's 6.5, 6.75, something like that. So I mean, 3% really doesn't quite cover it, but nevertheless. We're never gonna
Well,
be.
in addition to the contracts too,
Yeah, in
so.
addition to
Yeah.
2,500.
Right.
So I mean, that's the other part of this, we don't bill them like hourly, we're just doing dollar for dollar for his personnel, which is the primary portion of the cost. So the other stuff technically isn't figured in, but like you said, the 3% and the other costs and the mileage right now, we're not paying that back out anymore because technically he's using the jail vehicle right now, and if what Sheriff Kane said, he'll have another vehicle anyway, so then we're just paying the gas, which is what I calculated based on a short amount of time, so who knows where we're gonna do with that.
What do you get from the jail? What's that?
He just used one of the vans right now, they gave him one of the vans temporarily.
And how many towns?
10 now was the last one we just had.
What do you anticipate? How many more?
I mean, right now, I'm not assuming we're getting anybody else, but I'm also assuming that we're not losing anybody else. So,
Geez, that's a third of the county. Less than a third of the county. And you have another third that have their own PD, so we're doing pretty good. We're getting about half of the available towns, right?
yeah, and so far, the majority of them, any issues that come up, I think we've resolved. So, I mean, I'm not hearing any widespread discontent that might indicate somebody would move, but again, you could get a town meeting where they look at that and say, we don't want to pay that anymore. So, and then we get told, you know, they don't have the money in the budget to do it, so.
But, we call that the Stonington syndrome. Last 40 years over there, whatnot, they had all kinds of trouble, so they hired a contract. As soon as they got over there for a couple of years, got things settled down, when are we paying all this money for? No problem. And they'd fight, they'd get rid of the contract, and they'd blow up again. It's the same thing with the dog calls. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Well,
is the COLA being calculated at 3% or 6%? 3% for.
Yeah, that's a comment I'm gonna get.
Yeah, no, so yeah, that's just based on what we originally did. Yeah, my apologies, we didn't update that one. Yeah.
so back when we did this, we talked about whether that 2,500 and that 3% was sufficient. So far, looks, and I doubted it.
Well, so the only other thing looking at this quick is, like insurances and stuff, I don't know, if we built that in really right now, looking. And there's a little bit in there for workers' comp, which should be enough. But right now, yeah, unless there's other costs out there that are hidden, I even put in, obviously, the reserve account for the vehicles, assuming that, the county would continue that as well.
We probably should add a portion of the liability insurance.
Yeah, that would be the only other thing that I could think of right now, off the top of my head.
I don't think it was an awful lot.
No, I don't think it was much at all,
Well, it's gotta be
but it should be.
1,500, 2,000 a year.
I can't remember what we.
What's his rate of pay?
So right now, he's being paid straight $25 an hour, and we're billing straight $25 an hour to the community.
Plus 3%.
For administrative, yeah.
We won't know about this till we have a full year.
Well, that's the reality. This is the best guess, assuming that everything continues the way it is right now. If you keep adding, if it keeps adding communities, obviously that's gonna inflate those numbers a little bit too, but we'll also be able to bill for that time, so. And get a percentage of that as well, so. In theory, right now, it should pay for itself. Won't really have I won't have a very good feeling to say to you, yeah, we have something now we know for sure is gonna work until we've played out a full year's budget.
Well, and really, in this, but that car, there's no cost of that car, only the
Other
reserve.
than, and of course, the maintenance on the equipment as well.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we're not paying, $2,200 for brake job, so.
Yeah.
Hopefully, the car will be a little less expensive.
You think 2,200 is gonna be enough for gas?
Based upon, again, just calculating the cost, averaging the cost and figuring out the average number of mileage, I think the calculation was about 18 that I came up with, so I added, another 4 on top of that. I can't say to 100%, but again, knowing that there may be more revenues coming in there, then, that's one that if people aren't comfortable with, we can certainly put it up.
Well, every time all gas up to $100, so. That's 18.
I'm gonna assume that the van, for whatever reason, is better on gas mileage right now than probably what the other 4 would be. Just guessing. So it is possible that those numbers could go up, so.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. Debt overlay 16. Not much.
There's really nothing to review
Yeah.
because we haven't.
Yeah.
done that.
Okay, 20 health insurance. Again,
I'm wondering, gentlemen, if we shouldn't somehow communicate with Joe Piconi, acknowledge that we screwed up and forgot to discuss the increase in employee contributions for 24, 25, and 26. Which means we're not gonna get an increase in their contributions for the next 3 years. It's gonna be fixed. I'm wondering if we shouldn't tell him, Joe, we acknowledge we screwed up, and I'm gonna tell you right now, we're going to compute what that was going to be for every year. Keep that in the back of our mind, because on year 4, you're gonna pay one hell of an increase in employee contribution. Now, if you'd like to avoid that for your employees, we could come in on the sideline and agree to an increase in contributions for the next 3 years. Might be less than what we've done at the table, but something more to see if we could get a few bucks out of them for contributions, because I don't remember what the standard increase was a year, do we? How much
I
we-
want to say it was the last round, I thought it was like $5 a year. So
$5 a year?
yeah, so it was like 62.50 and it went to like 67 and then 72, I think, but.
For a family plan?
For, well, I mean, overall, but for the contribution rates, that was just kind of, I think, the single, single. So each amount obviously would increase by 5%. Above that, whatever it was.
How do we communicate that?
Well, I mean, Joe knows about all that, except I didn't mention, we're gonna calculate the years in between over the next 3 years and just, be warned coming back
So
to
you
market.
two had that
So
conversation?
I had a conversation with him and he basically chuckled and said, yeah, we're not interested in having that discussion, or, yeah, that's not gonna happen, But I didn't tell him that, that's fine, but we are gonna record it and we're coming in
You've
for that
already
aspect.
had a conversation.
Well, but we should record it.
But I mean, if you wanted me to send something official to him, I could do that.
I'm not. Something
You know,
official so they can, laugh at us?
It is what it is.
And of course, that 25 cents is gonna get you a cup of coffee when it comes 4 years down the road. We want a $20 increase a week, a month. That holds up the whole contract. So. No, that's just, but that amounts to a lot of money though, doesn't it?
The next 3 years, yeah.
Employee contribution, yeah, it's 200. There is an increase here. Are we going to increase our non-union people in the next 3 years?
We haven't built anything in because you haven't indicated anything, so that's based on roughly.
And that's the
what we're
frig,
doing.
because we got an RCC contract coming up. We can't just waive everybody's contribution. Increase, can we?
Well, no, because we're gonna have to multiply that by 4.
I don't know.
That
I don't know-
impact by 4.
I don't know what the 211,000 is based on. What's that? How did you,
So basically, when you set up the spreadsheet, you put in each employee or position. And if it's an existing employee, you usually put them in at their existing level. If it's not existing, there's a couple different philosophies, but you kind of guesstimate what it might be, whether it's single, family, employee, spouse, whatever. And you plug them in for any open positions with the hope that over time, those wash themselves out through the year. So any increases in here would be based upon position changes, employees that we had single before that now are full family ones. So those contributions go up.
but in your spreadsheet though, did you hold the line on SO?
So-
And increased everybody by?
Oh, yeah, it's only based on whatever the contribution rates are now or have been agreed to in contract.
But
We have yet-
if we added an employee, then we added a contribution.
Yeah.
Right.
Potential.
That wasn't there before.
But the increase for 24 from non-union will be decided sometime in November, December, correct? This year. At some point, we increase those annually by calendar year.
Isn't it in half year? It's in
Well,
July.
no, I mean, the end of December is when we usually make all those decisions regarding,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's
But
usually the end
November,
of the year.
December.
The rate, the increase comes into effect July 1st. Is that correct?
So the
Annual
health,
contribution is an amount as opposed to a percentage.
yeah,
Yes, it's a set amount. Everybody, regardless of what you earn, you pay the same.
depending upon the plan, yeah, and the level that you're enrolled in.
Well, shouldn't that change?
Well, we built in a change in the spreadsheet, we built in, I think it was 5% anticipated increase that would take effect in July. But the rates and stuff that you're setting, I mean, you're basically, the rates that increase in July that we increase are based upon what Cigna will provide to us and tell us whatever, and we don't usually know that until like March if we're lucky. The employee contributions, I presume, I mean, they haven't changed for non-union since I've been here, are set based upon what the commission decides. So
It's
if you're
just
going
nominal, and it's just nominal increase every year by
to
a
minimum,
minimum.
I just want to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn here. but-
Nope.
So if you said those are going up, we would have to notify everybody, whatever the effective date that you decided those increases would take effect.
So we're gonna effectively increase everybody, non-union, RCC and jail employees, and we're not gonna increase the sheriff's office. Which we didn't take care of that negotiations.
Well, we learned and they're gonna have to pay next time.
I mean, I don't see, to be honest with
4
you,
years down the road.
I don't see the harm going back and putting some type of official request anyway. You know, saying, look, we really reevaluated this, you got a hell of a good deal, along with everything else, and, you know. But, I mean, that's up to you guys, however you want to proceed.
Well, that sounds like something we ought to do, at least put it in writing.
And,
And
well, I think, are we prepared to tell him that we're going to set the 4-year rate? The next 3-year contract, we're gonna set that contribution rate as if there had been periodic increases in your contribution for the last 3 years.
yeah, we could say that, but depends who's sitting in these chairs at that time.
That's, I mean, it's
So if you
spurs,
increase it 1%, let's say, each year, by the time they get to year 4, it could be a 3 or 4% difference.
well, if, for example, when we get done, the RCC, whatnot, we have got a $5 increase on each level. But that's $5, we're gonna remember that we had for 24 for
Right.
ESO, even though they
Right.
didn't pay it. We do 6, there's 11, we do 5, there's 16. So now comes 27 to 28, whatever the year is. We got 16 plus
Right.
5 or 6. You're not really about $5, you're only about $20. And if he understands that, maybe he would say to his employees, you know, we really ought to volunteer something right now, because if we got $3 ahead out of it right now, I mean, that's $3.
Do you think he was gonna do that? Hell no.
I doubt it, but you never know. I mean, I can try to be really as pathetic as possible.
Well, I mean, if he said to his employees, this is what we've been informed, and if we don't do something now, be prepared in 28, pay $22 an increase.
So do we wanna do that? Do we wanna have Michael do that? I guess.
I do. John? I guess so, Michael.
And you don't have a problem doing that?
No.
We don't have to be threatening, we don't have to be, I don't know, we need just.
You just gotta lay it out, look,
Yeah.
on additional analysis, here's where we stand.
Okay,
And I think we should give Michael the ability to say, look, we're not asking you for everything that we would have demanded in the contract. How about $3? $3 a head increase, just voluntary increase, sideline, and he says.
okay. Reserves,
I thought it was nice.
reserves, anything there?
Nothing today, but when we're trying to finalize this budget, I'd like to look at every line that we could pay for out of ARPA funds and do that, and take the equivalent amount and put it into a maintenance reserve account. Because in 4 years, courts are gonna leave us, leave all this space for us. And we're going to be looking at several $100,000 worth of renovations to turn that into something for somebody.
And we're gonna be possibly having another building somewhere.
But I just want to try to reserve some funds to renovate existing court space for somebody. Now, a good example is the sheriff has already said, I'd love to have the space, but you're gonna have to do substantial renovations to make it usable for the sheriff, and that's gonna cost a lot of money. We're not gonna have ARPA funds.
Bill, so you're saying add something to this, building reserve?
Right. But equivalent to what we can find and save in other accounts, all the accounts.
Yeah.
So if we can save $50,000 in vehicle for something light out of ARPA, we'll take that 50 and put it into reserve account. Something like that. Anyways, that's just something to think about as we're looking at the rest of it.
You done? Okay, so we're done with the budget stuff. Okay, we have one executive session item. Our commissioners. Bill,
We're going to move to an executive session for the purpose of discussing an employee evaluation.
how about quoting under section MRSA Title 14056A for example?
I move to go in an executive session under MRSA Title 1, Section 405, subsection A for an exempt employee evaluation session
For the county administrator.
of the county administrator.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So we'll go into executive session. Okay, so